disability. And there's now a requirement that 30% of our expenditure, that is in terms of public procurement, is concerned, 30% must go to our marginalized group. We have youth and women taking the chunk, and the PWDs taking 2%. Out of that 30%, 2% is supposed to go to the PWDs. And how have we managed to make sure that this goes to the marginalized group? From the inception, when we are doing our planning at the inception stage, we have made sure that if you're doing a procurement plan, 30% of your envisaged expenditure or projects must be assigned to the AGPO. With the current implementation and which we are trying to roll out, we have made sure that it's not possible for you to upload your plan if you have not set aside the 30%. You cannot land that procurement anywhere. And we will achieve that once we are able to roll out the AGP to our institution. And we are saying for you to qualify in this category of AGPO, you only need to be registered or to be pre-qualified by the National Treasury, and you only need very minimal or basic requirement for you to be able to do so. After the registration, we have business registration. You will either do individual business name, either company or limited, company or sole proprietorship, or women can come up together and form a business partnership. And the only requirement is that you must be a Kenyan with a national ID or a Kenyan passport for you to qualify. You must be registered with the KRA. You must be able to pay your taxes as sure as tax. And you must be able to show that you are also registered as a business entity. What are we saying? 70% of your shareholding, you could be you and your partner, but 70% must be owned by the marginalized group. If it is you, Elizabeth, and your husband, 70% of the shareholding must be Elizabeth. That's what we are saying. So women in the PWD category are required to be registered by the National Council for Persons with Disability, because that's the only way, and they have their own criteria that they use to be able to register you as so. We are saying we have made this process shorter. You can do it at the comfort of your home. You don't have to pay for fuel. You don't have to pay for bus fare. You just need to log on to our www.agpo.go.ke. If you have any challenges doing that, we have made it possible through the Huduma centers that are near you. You can access that as well. So where have we come from? I've given you a chronology of events since 2010, how this was entrenched in our constitution about equity and fairness. And then we had the inception of AGPO. How are we to achieve it? So we came up with the AGPO, and we discussed preference and reservation for that AGPO. It was entrenched in our Act of 2015. We have our regulations of 2020. So what have we been able to achieve? We have been able to achieve, we have registered 111,000 youth enterprises with the AGPO. We have also been able to register 112,186 enterprises for women. We have also been able to register PWDs at 12,792 enterprises. That is in terms of numbers. What have we been able to achieve in terms of volumes? There are those we have registered, they have not been able to access any opportunity, and there are reasons as to why, and they have come to us telling us where the challenges are. But those who have succeeded, where are we in terms of numbers? For those that are youth enterprises, we have engaged 93,697 contracts to the youth, and that is to the tune of 112 billion Kenya shilling. We have been able to award to the women 135,856 contracts in their volumes at 148 for the period we are talking about. We have PWDs, we have about 15,830. You note that there are differences in terms of what we have captured in terms of registration, because you have to keep on renewing. If you have not renewed by this time round, then you're not in the record. So you keep on renewing as the day go by. So we have more who have been engaged than those who are now currently registered, because we are talking about as at today, or as at September 2024. So we have achieved around that 17 billion to the PWDs. And you can note that the women are able to take up more than the rest of the categories. And this is the graph. In terms of the growth in numbers of the enterprises, and in terms of volume. And you can see we are on an upward trend. We have, you note that we have registration, it goes up, it goes down. Why? Because of the renewal processes. The same with the numbers in terms of volume, they go up, they go down. That is when, if you are going down, it means just a few have renewed their licenses as all their certification at the National Treasury. The same with the volume. We have challenges to do with the volumes, and we will be able to see the reason as to why. What are the challenges? You have registered as a woman or as a youth enterprise. We know in the youth, there is women, youth, we have women, and we have women who are PWDs. So the woman is cutting across all the three. So what has been the reasons as to why we have experienced this oscillation in terms of volume and the numbers? We have low level of awareness. Just now when I was taking my cup of tea, one lady said, I registered, but I don't know what I have to do. She registered, she did once, and then she does not know what happened, she does not know whether it's her password. She can't really tell. That tells you we have low level of awareness of how you're supposed to go about. We have the skill gap in terms of what is it that you are required to do. We have many activities in the public procurement because we have goods, works, and services. I know the youth do more with the printing works. The ladies are perfect in that. They're able to do the designs of anything, including t-shirts, booklets, business cards. They're very good at that. If they're competing, the ladies will do better in terms of those designs. There are those who may not achieve. If you're competing and then your skills gaps are a bit low, then the other person will take it up. We have the issue of limited financing options. We have very stringent requirements. Like you heard from my senior, Elizabeth, saying, not many women have collateral. So they're not able to access financing with the financial institution. So that is a challenge that we have received from where we sit. We have the issue of non-compliance with contractual terms by suppliers, failure to supply of non-quality products. You have been considered, probably what you quoted for was, you did not do the market sounding. You don't know what you're quoting for is what was required. So at the end of the day, you're not able to perform because you deliver today, tomorrow you are called, this has not met the specifications because they needed this quality, you quoted for these. And by the end of the day, when you realize what you quoted for and what they asked, if you deliver the cost, then you are not able to do any profit out of it. So what happens? You're not able to deliver, and then we have issues of non-compliance. We have internal operational challenges within our procuring entities, how to achieve that. And now we have said we are not going to wait until the very end. It has to start right. So we get hold of this procuring entity from the onset. When you're doing the procurement planning, I make sure that your procurement plan has to have the preference and reservation rule fully catered for from the word go. We are in the process of reviewing our Public Procurement Act and Disposal Act, and we are considering broadening the scope, but that will come in then to address other issues. As you note, we have very big contracts in the government sector. So how do we entrench the women and the marginalized group in those big contracts? We are trying to see how we can squeeze you in at the end of the day so that you can fit well and we can be able to achieve our 30%. We are talking about what is it that we have been able to do. We have done a lot of sensitization and capacity building. And I need to shout that louder because UN Women has played a very great role in this. If it was not for UN Women, most of the people would not have known about AGPO. And I'm sure if we were to raise up our hands for those who are in business, you'll be able to tell me, I learned this during a sensitization workshop supported by UN Women. Are we able to do so? Okay, we have also conducted training to our procuring entities, those who are involved in the day-to-day work, from planning to doing the procurement processing, from requisition all the way to contract and contract management. We do the monitoring of how it is going, and we issue circulars and letters on this directive every now and then. We date them. We can have one this month. After 1 month, we issue another one, just to keep on reminding the procuring entities that we must achieve these, and we are going to achieve these together. I've said we are doing a lot of monitoring. We have also come up with the issue of LPO and LSO financing to both, and this has been achieved through the Youth Enterprise Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. And we also have the Hustlers Fund, as you heard the director speak about it in the morning. We know there are those people who have been able to benefit from the Hustlers Fund and make their contractual obligation with different procuring entities. We have the introduction of credit guarantee schemes by the government that started with an initial seed capital of 3 billion. And that has also helped the women and the marginalized group. We are doing a lot of monitoring of the compliance of that 30%, and this is through our regulator. The Public Procurement Regulatory Authority is on the spot every day. And we receive performance every now and then. After every 6 months, they issue a report of how you are faring. We have facilitate invoice discounting with commercial bank. I know I have National Bank, and she can confirm that we are enabling or facilitating that. We have also done the re-engineering of the AGPO portal to enable you to register at your comfort zone. We are also doing unbundling of procurement of goods, works, and services to benefit the target group. For example, we have the road construction. We have specified, we try to squeeze in which scope of work can be performed by the marginalized group. So before the general contractors submit, we are trying to tell them, squeeze in for this marginalized group, because you can imagine a load that is 40 billion, and we are constructing maybe whatever mileage or kilometers that we are doing for that road. A road that is worth 40 billion, you're sure we are unlikely to get a marginalized company doing that tender. So what do? We try and squeeze in, whether it is doing the landscaping, doing the drainage. We make sure that before you submit, tell us how much you have done for women, youth, and the marginalized group. With that, we are drawing or close to achieving our target. Where are we in terms of performance? We engaged by virtue that, sorry? Okay. We did an impact assessment because we have been doing this program with UN Women. We have engaged a different development partner to do the impact assessment. And we have, despite all these challenges coming up and up here and there, we have been able to achieve something at the end of the day. And we are saying over 80% of the businesses benefiting from AGPO, they have experienced growth. They have increased their annual profit margin, their annual turnover is growing, they have growth in assets and increased number of employees. On a socio-economic front, most women who have benefited from AGPO have reported economic well-being in terms of lifestyle changes, engagement in the community activities, leadership, education, and enrollment in the social clubs. If you go to the golf clubs nowadays, we are almost surpassing the male gender in terms of who are enrolling more in those. These successes are as a result of the intensive collaboration between the government of Kenya and the UN Women. So what are we saying? We are not yet there, but we are heading there. I am a mother, and I can assure you, we normally have gestation period for everything. The longer the gestation period, the greater the birth weight, isn't it? So we are heading there. We may have taken longer, but we are sure in the long run, the birth weight will be huge, isn't it? Yes, and I will be available for any question and answers. Thank you so much. The future is female, isn't it? Thank you. God bless. Asanteni.
Emma has done a sterling job reminding us of what access to government procurement is. Those of us who are not aware now are aware. I do hope that you noted questions for her so that we can then take all the questions when all the presenters have done their bit. I will now take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Catherine Karanja, who is a procurement expert at UN Women. Karibu sana, Catherine.
Good morning. Is it a morning or afternoon? Morning. Next slide, please. So I am the champion for gender responsive procurement in the entire UN, not only in UN Women, in the United Nations office, Nairobi. So I work through the Common Procurement Working Group. And for me today, I just want to do an introduction of what we do as UN in implementing gender responsive procurement. So I'll start with the definitions. Gender responsive procurement. Why gender responsive procurement? GRP response to commitments and goals. How UN Women is implementing GRP, the solicitation methods we use. why private sector should apply GRP, and where to get more information. Next slide. So gender responsive procurement is sustainable selection of services and goods that takes into account the impact on gender equality and women's empowerment by sourcing more from women. So we say a company is gender responsive if it is 51% owned by women or managed and controlled by one or more women. GRP policies in UN Women ensure procurement practices support the mandate of the organization, which is women empowerment. Next. Next. Why do we promote gender responsive procurement? Women entrepreneurs, like it has been said before, they face many challenges to enter and stay in markets due to persistent socio-economic, cultural, and legal inequalities. Less than 1% of spending by large businesses or 12% by UN on suppliers is earned by UN woman-owned businesses. That means if we were to look in Kenya, all businesses that is done by private organizations, they spend less than 1% on women-owned businesses, and in UN Women, less than 12%. But I would want to say this data is not very much up to date, especially on the area of UN Women. I could not get the exact one for now because our systems have changed, but there has been a lot of improvement because of the intentional campaign we have been doing on this. Then GRP is also recognized as a tool, as a powerful tool to economically empower women to combat poverty by increasing the income of women and ensure sustainable social and economic benefits. Next. So another reason why we promote gender responsive procurement, because it answers to 3 of the sustainable development goals. One, goal 5, which is gender equality, goal 8, which is decent work and economic growth, and goal 12, which targets sustainable procurement practices. Next. So how do we implement GRP? In UN Women, we integrate GRP consideration in procurement planning. From the planning stage, we are intentional about targeting women-owned businesses. Then where we make advertisements, these don't bother about the figures there, but where we make advertisements, let's say, for example, above $5,000 US, we put them on platforms where we are sure women are likely to see them. That is in our UN Women platform, advertisements in the UNGM, United Nations Global Marketplace, which I hope you are familiar with, but if you're not, you can see me later. For opportunities below 5,000, we invite qualified women-owned businesses. At least 2 out of 3 invitations or 4 out of 7 would be women. That is, some of these, the opportunities below $5,000 US, they are not advertised. These are the low value, the request for quotations. So for these ones, it is those women who are in our database that are invited, or those organizations, companies that have registered in our database. We also liaise with program colleagues in our offices and within the region to learn from their experience and to understand the challenges that face women. And so we address them jointly. Like I said, we work through the Common Procurement Working Group. We also ensure technical requirements as per estimated size, scope, and value of the contract do not over-specify. So there are those thresholds which we specifically target women-owned businesses. Then we also share best practices with our operations management team and harmonization groups so that we can be able to deliver as one We also give priority to women-owned long-term agreement holders in the country. Right now, this is off the cuff, but we have what we call common office, common CBO. There is a common business back office operations initiative we are doing within the UN, where the entire UN, all the UN agencies are working together. So it would be good for you if you see any kind of advertisements for LTAs coming from this group to respond, because then you have a larger scope, you have a larger area, opportunity base, because you'll be seeing the entire of the UN requirements. So we also work to build capacities of women-owned businesses on public procurement. This we do through training, even here like consultations whenever we are able to get a platform for this. We also give feedback to unsuccessful bidders so that they are able to improve on their bidding processes. To be more responsive. We also ensure prompt payment to women-owned businesses. For UN women, payments are done at the maximum 30 days. If they exceed 30 days, then there is a problem. But normally, we ensure that you are paid within 30 days so that you are able to plow back the profits into your business and grow. We track and measure results through our dashboard, but like I have said, our dashboard is going through some development. That's why I couldn't get the real-time data. Next slide. How do we apply this GRP? Award contracts to women-owned businesses when we have a competitive process and there are two companies that tie. We usually have 1 point we give to UN, to women-owned businesses, so that they eventually get the award. UNGM registration portal, which is a portal where all UN agencies publish their procurement opportunities. They also report on the spend on women. Also, the revised UN Suppliers Code of Conduct to suppliers is designed in such a way that suppliers will not be able to discriminate against women. Also leading in the creation of new gender-responsive KPIs for all agencies to help us track how much business we are giving to women, how many women are coming on board. We also train UN personnel on GRP and on how to buy from women vendors, and not only UN personnel, but also our implementing partners. Amending UN Procurement Practitioner Handbook to provide essential tools to empower women vendors. Increase the women-owned to 30%. That was our target for 2023, but I can assure you that is now slightly more. Because as of this year alone, Kenya Country Office, UN Women Kenya Country Office, not talking about all the other agencies or the regional office, we have been able to register 31 women-owned businesses. And these 31 owned businesses, they have gotten contracts. That's why they were being registered, so that they can participate. So they have done a little business here and there. We also create an incentive to vendors who apply GRP in their businesses. In case a vendor is not a woman-owned business, we also encourage them to include, we give them incentives like that, one credit above others if you have gender-responsive policies in your organization. Next. Why private sector should apply GRP. Private sector companies and marketers have the power and responsibility to challenge entrenched gender stereotypes, cultural norms, paving the way for marketing era that truly represent today's consumers. I think you have also noticed in the marketplace now is, let me read the second one so that I can make the comment. By shaping the portrayal of women in advertisements and media, marketers, advertisers, storytellers can influence corporate and popular culture, empowering women and enhancing business outcomes. So you notice in the time past, and maybe a little bit now, not so much, every advertisement was portraying a woman in a sexual way, you know, like even advertising for a car, you see a girl standing there with a bikini, and you wonder, what's the relationship, you know? So those were things that were portraying the woman in a bad way, you know. But now with this sensitization, it is slightly changing. You find that now women are portrayed a little bit showing responsibility, power, not just as flower girls or some, you know. So we encourage private companies to use advertisement in portraying women in a positive, empowered way. Then in regard to gender equality, marketing practices should consider the diversity of the audience. Again, when the marketing is being done, women should be included, you know, their needs should come through. Give equal opportunities and priorities for all genders, especially in key-making decisions and roles that are considered prime. That is in companies. You can have women managers, women in high decision-making positions. Give them an equal voice, portray gender respectively, and empowered. Deviate from stereotyping. Companies have the ability to change how people view and place different gender roles. So the way you structure your organization and where you place women and the opportunities you give them in the company also helps to portray them in the right way and to promote gender responsive procurement. Next slide. How can we continue with that. Companies can also accelerate gender equality, women's empowerment within workplace, marketplace, community by fostering inclusive work cultures, engaging with gender responsive and women-owned businesses in the supply chain. For example, if you have a contract as a non-woman-owned business and with a big company like the way that lady from PP, from the directorate was saying, sorry, Emma, I would remember the other. You get the roads, you get a contract with roads or a big project. You can consider a woman-owned business as to outsource. Any outsourcing work you need, you can consider a woman-owned business. Being intentional and proactive in engaging women-owned businesses by having a preference clause in their policies for some of the requirements, even if it is as small as a certain percentage. I used to work in the government also, and I remember even before we came up with AGPO, there used to be preferences and privileges clauses, which also targeted women. So a private company can also do that. You can have a clause which will give preference in certain thresholds or some types of procurement processes which you can award uncompetitively to women-owned businesses. Encouraging main contractors to subcontract, that one I've already said, to make procurement more equitable. Companies can implement gender-responsive strategy built on the back of women's empowerment principles. These principles are under UN Women, and particularly Principle 5, which encourages companies to implement enterprise development, supply chain, and marketing practices that empower women. Increasing access to information and social networks using platforms visible to women. So when you're doing the advertisement, like I said, we do that. You put them on platforms where you know women are likely to see them. You know, not many women buy newspapers. So if you put those opportunities there, they will not see them. But in social media, they will see them. On TV, they will see them. In maybe billboards on certain places, social places, they will see them. So you, in that way, you encourage them to participate. Next slide. So these are some of the solicitation methods we use in UN Women. We have the request for quotation and invitation to bid. These, we include scorable gender evaluation criteria such as proportion of women employees and managers. That is part of our criteria. It is in our solicitation documents. Even when you register with us, there is a place where it will ask you whether your business is woman-owned, what percentage, how many managers you have in your business. Also, composition of project team, in case you are doing a project. Women subcontractors, do you have any? And if you have a gender policy in your organization. This, even when we are recruiting, implementing partners, we require them to have a gender policy in their procurement, in their policies. Then request for quotation and micro purchasing. We shortlist sufficient number of women-owned businesses to provide requested goods and services. So if you have more women or many women registered and shortlisted and then invite them for opportunities, there is a likelihood that the award will go to a woman-owned business. Then approximate 80% of UN Women's procurement is done through RFQs. Like I said, those opportunities below 5,000 USD, they are done through request for quotations. Next. So we also use, I think I had already said this one, where there are two competing bids and one is by a woman-owned enterprise. We will use the one credit to award to a woman-owned business. Next one. Where do you find more information? You can find information through UN Women's official website and SharePoint. You can find it on United Nations Global Marketplace, the Knowledge Center. You can also find it at the UN Women's Economic Empowerment section. We published the corporate guide and all that. And you can also find it through me. Yes. The next one. So if there are any questions, you can, as Elizabeth has guided, thank you very much. But before I sign off, I just want to give you a certain, not very qualified statistics, but in Kenya, right now, I think, apart from next to the government, the biggest buying organization is the UN, next to the government. I don't have the statistics, but I am saying out of observation and from some data I had gotten in 2022. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether you heard that, but next to the government of Kenya, the next biggest buyer is the UN. And she has also told us that certain tenders are not advertised, anything below 5,000. And 5,000 US dollars is more than 500,000 Kenya shillings, isn't it? Hiyo si pesa kidogo, yeah? So, and for you to access that, you better be within the system, yeah? So please register so that you are within the system, so that anytime she wants, a vendor, she doesn't have within that range, and she's not advertising, you'll find a request to supply, to bid. So you're sitting in the right place. Talk to this young lady. Make sure you have her contacts, yeah? So thank you very much. We are doing very well on time. When we are done with all the presentations, we'll have almost 1 hour to engage with all of them. So when we are done with the next presentation, I will request all my presenters to sit on the days so that we can then engage with them. So I'll now take this opportunity to invite Mr. Arthur, Head of Procurement, Diageo. Karibuni, karibu sana. And I think if you stand somewhere there, you can, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Habari zenu. Really delighted to be here, surrounded by all this talent of women in business. And I'm always excited when I come to this kind of event. It's something that we are also pushing in our own organization. So I think it's always good that sometimes we come together and we can talk through these kind of things. Okay. Now, a lot of the things we do are the same. So I want to avoid repeating some of the things that have been said and probably try to pivot the conversation into addressing the elephant in the room, right? We've got the women, we've got the private sector. The private sector has got the money, the women want the money. So what is causing that gap? And I think that's the real conversation, right? I'll talk a bit about what we are doing, right? Processes and all that, all those we have. To the extent that even if we add one more process, I don't think things will change, right? So what I want to talk about is how do we accelerate? Yeah? Because once we understand those obstacles, yeah? And some of them have been mentioned here. So if we know the obstacles, why is it that we are not moving so slowly? But that's the next part of the conversation, right? So let me just take you through, something just to assure you that EABL, Diageo, is really committed and is actually making good progress towards a significant amount of our spend going to women. So globally, this is a mandate which actually comes from the global strategy, which we call the Spirit of Progress, which is Diageo's EABL's 10-year plan to create a more equitable and sustainable world. So it's rooted in what the highest leadership in our organization is committed to. You can go on the internet and Google Spirit of Progress, and then you can see our commitments around the harmful use of alcohol, where we promote moderation. Basically what we are saying is people should not drink more, they should drink better. Water stress, climate, and social inequality. And of course, within the area of social inequality is the issue of inclusive sourcing. Sorry, my screen is moving slowly. We have some technological challenges here, but okay. So within the Spirit of Progress, 3 areas of focus. I spoke about promoting positive drinking, yeah? Drink better, not more, and also educating the public on the avoid harmful use of alcohol. And then championing inclusion and diversity. Again, this comes from the reason why our company does exist. We as a business exist for no other purpose than to celebrate happiness every day, everywhere. That cannot happen without women. So it's a natural part of what we have to do to deliver our mission, yeah? Celebrating life every day, everywhere. And of course, the third one is around what we call pioneering grain to glass strategy. So that's a bit about the strategy. I won't spend too much in there, and I want to focus on the championing diversity and inclusion. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about our approach, And listening to, the speakers who have been on stage, I can relate to a lot of the things that they've been saying. As I was sitting down there, I was also learning from them. But generally, we are doing the same things. We know how to do these things, right? The steps are the same. So I could go on and on and on, but the message would be the same, yeah? So I want to assure you, we've got very robust processes, and this is a key priority for us as an organization. Again, it's the same kind of things, right? To be diverse, the business has to be 51% owned by previously economically or socially disadvantaged groups. And these are the groups we focused on: women, youth, smallholder farmers, and persons with disability. So that's our big focus. And for all those buckets, we are doing a lot. And of course, the biggest opportunity for us will come from women. Yeah? Actually, to inspire confidence in you, my bonus includes a target on how much I am spending with these groups. So you can see I even have a personal incentive, yeah, regardless of giving you business, right? I have a personal incentive based on my pocket, right? So it is something which is very, very close to what I would like to do. So within Kenya, our program is actually quite young. I think we have just done over 2 years. So we are talking about starting from zero. Yeah? In 24 months, we have spent 5.9 billion on diverse suppliers, that whole group. A significant chunk of that, I would say 60% of it has been spent with women. Of course, we are big in farming, so a lot goes to farmers, but even within the farming group, we are focusing a lot on women farmers, particularly women farmers with disabilities. Just last week, I spoke at the International Labour Organization. I was a panelist for a session that was happening in Geneva. And we were able to showcase all the work that we are doing with women within agriculture, which was well received. So we are making good progress. From 0 to 6 billion, it's not bad. It's respectable, but it's not good enough. Because, thank you, because this is only a very small percentage of women participating in our business, yeah? So I'll come on to that conversation around why is it such a big problem. We've seen the statistics, and this is partly to show how big the problem is. Globally, only 1% of the procurement spend of large businesses like ours is with women. So already you've got a problem, yeah? The money is not there to capitalize the business, to sponsor the business. And of course, the other stats, I think they've been spoken about. Oh, asking me to hurry up. Okay. So, again, I think the issue has been called out, right? I could have taken slides from each of the presenters who was here and just dumped them into my own, yeah? There's no money. Women are constrained in terms of time, in terms of their duties at home, family care, enterprise capability, women-specific barriers, including the fear of failure, the lack of a network. I could go on and on and on. All these things, we know them, right? So it's good that we know them so that we can do something about them. And of course, we know their current efforts, which have taken us this far. And I think we should, instead of beating ourselves too much, maybe we should also pause and just celebrate and say, now that we've been through this journey, this is what we've learned. And then the conversation is, how do we now scale up and accelerate? Within EABL, from a procurement point of view, we've done a lot of things, which I'll just touch on. And our approach has been similar to everyone else, right? So first of all, you check your current supply base. How many women-owned businesses do you have? Yeah. Once you do that, Then you then set a target. Today, I have got 1% in my supply base, right? So my target over the next 5 years should be X%. And then once you set those targets, then you set some action plans. How do I now start to bring in women into the business? Which means you go out there, you discover them, you build their capability, and you ensure that they are capable of winning the business. It's got to be intentional, it's got to be deliberate. So all those things we are clear on, and we are working on them. And then also within the procurement process, again, it's about how do you simplify the processes, you know? How do you reduce those 100-page contracts into 2 pages? How do you coach, how do you mentor? And also how do you also, you know, train the procurement teams to start to understand that this is deliberate, and how do we remove bias? So all those things, you know, we are doing here. Working with external groups, WeConnect has been a great partner, et cetera, et cetera. So, and of course, you know, whatever is not measured is not done. So we actually have to be measuring at any point in time, you know, where we are versus our goals, and also whether we are doing well. Now, one of the things we are also doing is that we are working with our suppliers. We would like to source from diverse suppliers, right? But we know that sometimes they are not enough. Therefore, what we are now doing is we are now asking our suppliers to be sourcing from diverse suppliers, which means our suppliers need to demonstrate to us that a certain amount of their spend is going to women-owned businesses. This is something we've started. It's a journey. It's working across the world. We are using those templates, and therefore during our supplier performance reviews, we will be following the PO. So supplier X, and these are normally big suppliers, right? We gave you, you know, 14 billion shillings. How much of that has gone to diverse businesses, yeah, including women-owned business? And then show us your targets and show us your plan. And we are also learning from some of our suppliers who actually have done very well in this area. But you can see how hungry we are to make sure that the money that we are spending in our business actually gets into the hands of women, either directly from our business or from our suppliers. So it's all those things that we are spending time on. From an industry perspective, again, you know, it's still the same message. Processes need to be right. The practices, the way to discover these women-owned businesses, et cetera, et cetera. So, and of course, measuring the benefits and the impacts is always going to be important. We have a scorecard. We have a scorecard. Every month we review it at the highest level to measure progress. So it's something we are taking very seriously. And then where we've got gaps, you know, we look for interventions, et cetera, et cetera. I think the business case for diverse suppliers, women suppliers, you know, has been well articulated. We know that there is always a reputational benefit that comes from that. And then we know that if we don't do it, we lose our social license. Yeah? This is actually our license to operate. This is what makes us relevant. This is over half of the society, yeah, which is being left behind. But also we know that these small businesses, yeah, they are very agile, you know. They don't have big boardrooms where they have to sit down and make decisions, you know. They make the decisions on the go, and so the business case for working with women is clear. Now, we have been trying to think about how do we now accelerate, yeah? So I'm not even talking about creating the program. I'm now talking about how do we accelerate? How do we increase the rate at which we can discover the women, make them capable, and make them able to compete for Diageo EABL's business? That's the million-dollar question. And what we've done is we've been working on this program, which we call RISE. And what RISE tries to do is it tries to address the gaps that have been called out. You saw those gaps. The capability, the financial access, the time constraint, and all those other barriers. Now, the difference with RISE is that we know that we can't do it by ourselves, right? We cannot offer the finance, we cannot, offer all the capability, the mentoring. Some things we can do, but some we can't. So therefore, what we are doing is to look for partners whom we can work with to really form a strong coalition that can really break the mold and create the step change that we are looking for. Because we are now looking for scaling up this opportunity, right? So we've learned, it's like a kid, right? They start to crawl and then they start to walk. Now we want to run. And running means increasing the speed and rate at which we spend with women-owned business. Because if I'm going to achieve my target, right, we need to be doubling within Diageo, EABL, the amount of money we are spending with women. Yeah? Now, I'll come on to some of the challenges that we're facing here, but basically this is RISE, yeah? So in RISE, we've assembled a group of partners, some from the financial sector, some from, mentoring, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of them being experts in their own area, and then coming together to form a powerful way of dealing with this. We are also trying to avoid, this whole segmentation and overload of initiatives. We believe by working together, we can actually have much more impact. So this is what RISE is about. So you may want to know what RISE is about. So RISE is really around raising inclusivity and sustainability for equity and focusing fundamentally on women. Because this is where we think we're going to get the biggest return. I think we are doing quite a lot in terms of smallholder farmers. Youth, we are doing something, but the numbers remain small. But in terms of the real opportunity, this is where the opportunity is. And we really want to go for those barriers and break them. Now, trust me, it's not easy. It's really, really not easy. When you start the program, right, there's the low-hanging fruits, stationery, biros, cleaning, which is okay. But, we can't be having 100 suppliers cleaning the business, right? We'll go bankrupt, yeah? So opportunities in those areas are gone, honestly, yeah? Because the barriers to entry in those areas are very low. So therefore, many people can easily access. So to start to make a step change, we got to start accessing spend in areas that are a little bit more sophisticated, And that is where the challenge is. So therefore, for this to work, it's about what are those areas which EABL, for instance, spends money in, advertising, packaging, raw materials, CapEx, spares, indirect services, which is employee services, transport, logistics. These are the areas. These are capital-intensive areas. And some of them also high-skill areas. So therefore, if we're gonna access meaningful monies, that's got to be the mindset now to say, what? How do I bring this skill set to be able to access this resource? Yeah. But anyway, so this is what RISE is about, and of course with those objectives which I articulated already, and how we want to go about it. Now, sometimes when we introduce new projects, right, we launch and then do, which is okay, nothing wrong with it, yeah? Like what we did today, right? We launched, and then after we launched, then we will do. But with RISE, we are trying to do it the other way around. We want to do and then launch, yeah? So we are setting up the structures, we are doing a number of things, we are improving financial access with our banking partners, we are signing memorandum of agreements where they are committing to providing this finance which, you know, the women are not accessing. I've been to a number of these sessions where we sit down and, you know, the banks are there, but the women are there saying the money is not there. So we are really tasking them, you know, as part of RISE to really commit and really start to release that money, right? Okay, if there's no collateral, what are you going to do? So those are some of the things that we are doing, you know, trying to address those gaps. So then the other thing that we're also doing is, you know, improving the procurement process, right? We've got gender sourcing, inclusive guidelines. How do we improve supplier discovery? So all these organizations which have access to women-owned businesses, working with them much more closely, and therefore being able to identify the right skill sets that we can collaborate with, setting clear expectations, yeah? And of course, I talked about the tier 2 suppliers, right? Our suppliers, really ensuring that they commit themselves to buying from women-owned businesses. So a lot of other things that we are doing, which of course I know I'm running out of time now, but some of these programs I think you probably would have come across them, where we try to, you know, really drive and accentuate the role that women play in society. So it's a journey. The journey continues. It requires acceleration, and that is where we are now. But I think the challenge still remains, you know, if the money is there, if the private sector is there and is willing to do these things, and the women are there, why is it that, you know, there is that gap? So with those barriers. So I think the conversations that we need to be focusing on when we meet in forums like this now is on the barriers, yeah? We should stop talking about processes and challenges. I mean, we now know about those. We now need to say, how do we tackle these barriers? And maybe, if we put our heads together, we should be able to, you know, make some progress in some shape or form. But always grateful for the partnership that we have with a lot of organizations here. I don't think we should give up, but I think we need to set up some very bold targets which really make us uncomfortable. Because I mean, we are dealing with years and years of underrepresentation, and we're trying to change the world in 2 years, right? It's like boiling the ocean, but of course, you know, one spoon at a time. So I think that's all I have to say today. You know, let's keep talking here. Thank you.
You can pick your notebook and come back. You know, there's something he said that I really liked, that they now require that their suppliers source from women, yeah? So if I have given you a contract and you're a big-term supplier, where are you sourcing your supplies from? I like that. So there is a push internally to make sure that women are somehow at the table, even if they don't have the big bucks, yeah? I like that. And I like what he has also said, that we now know what the challenges are. We need to be thinking about how do we overcome these challenges so that, as we said, women are also making some of this money. 1%, for goodness sake. And yet we are 52% of the population, yeah? It's painful. So what do we do so that we are accessing the monies that are within public spaces through AGPO, what can we do so that we are accessing this huge amount of money that is within the UN system that we have been told UN is next only to government in terms of buying, and also what we do to access the huge opportunities within private sector. And you can see the likes of EABL, East African Breweries, the AGPO is actually pushing behind the scenes to make sure that we are included as youth, as persons with disability, and as women. We have made very good time. I now call upon my speakers, Emma representing Serikali, Catherine representing UN Women, and Arthur representing Diageo to come to the stage. I do hope that you are keen and that nobody slept, and that you have your questions ready to ask. Yeah, please have a pen. I now open the floor. We have like 45 minutes to engage. I now open the floor. Please, let's see whoever is ready, the questions. Okay, allow me to start from that end. Everybody's question will be picked from this end. If you know who you're asking the question to, please indicate who. And panelists, please be attentive so that you can note the questions that are meant for you. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. Good afternoon. It's on the spot. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Wangari Kabiru, and I stand in capacity of 3 levels: entrepreneurship development or business development, positive psychology counseling, and also as a conflict strategy mediator. And that surrounds the context of my inquiry. If you've ever had CRB near your doorstep, that is Credit Reference Bureau, near your doorstep for any reason that you've handled credit and not been able to meet it. And probably simply coming even closer for quite a number of people, that may be the landlord. For those who are not, like, you've not been able to get your own house, for instance. It's really a weighty burden. And that's why I come from 2 contexts. One, with regard to, as we are discussing gender responsive procurement, how we are incorporating wellness and mental health support, and then also conflict competence for women. I say that because as a mediator, quite a number of the issues that we handle in the business cycle, and here is trying to really avert them from having to go into the legal system, it normally comes from if people were able to dialogue, then a lot of mental health issues that women keep carrying from their business or their workplace to home, and then home there's drama, there's now violence. It's just a cycle. So there's a way we could actually mitigate it. So it comes from as an inquiry, but specifically to our dear Geo speaker, and I acknowledge you for coming to spend time with us. We don't take it for granted. Private sector is very busy. You are a very busy man and a big man at dear Geo. If you were to work on one barrier in procurement, let's make a conference on one barrier, what would that be? Because there are many, but I think there could be one. If we just hit at that, then we have supported women around procurement. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There are 2 things. Think about wellness generally and that one barrier. That is to Arthur. If the rest want to say something about wellness, that is fine. Any other question? Please just note.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Warigia. I am a professional. I represent the Valuers Registration Board. And my question goes to the gentleman from Diageo. You said that women tend to take the low value areas, but we have professional women who try to get into corporates and we are not able to. We have, I think there's someone here representing women in real estate. We have other professionals, engineers, architects, and we are not able to get into corporates because of other barriers. What are you doing for that high value service chain that can affect women? Thank you very much.
Yeah, he said rice is about going up there for the big bucks, isn't it? So what is it that they're doing? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phoebe Awar, and I'm a self-employed lady in the events in management. I do basically outdoor activities, and I know so much about EABL. I have wanted to partner and collaborate with EABL, so I'm very, very much privileged to see you here, Mr. Arthur. And my question to you will be, please share examples of successful partnership you have had with women, because I know sometimes we can speak and talk about the successes, but I would like you to probably just point at a company or women in the village, the undeserving women that have benefited through the approaches you have taken. And also, you didn't mention the challenges. I think you kept pushing the challenges, and I was really hoping to hear some of the challenges you face in the docket. So please highlight that. And lastly, how do we balance the need for quality and competitive pricing and still gain as women? Because sometimes we have the big players really pushing us out of this procurement. So this will go to any of the three, of any of the panelists, because yeah, we have people who just push us out of the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Affirmative action within affirmative action. Thank you. Somebody here? Here.
Thank you. My name is Josephine Buruchara. I also do events and partly real estate. My question goes perhaps across the board for the presenters. I just wanted to indicate that I think what I've seen from the government, you kind of, the percentage you have given women tends to marginalize. Why do you give 30% and yet the women are the majority? So actually, that's part of marginalizing the women, and I think let's make it better than, you know, like 30% and then you indicate they should supply flowers, those kind of things. You know, that makes people feel on the periphery. So I'm encouraging those ones who are trying to empower the women to make them feel that they are capable. At the same time, since we have now the counties, as the Constitution states, we want to hear cases about how you have empowered the counties, because here most of the ladies are from Nairobi, but the counties are untouched. This is where we should start from. How can we help the counties? And may we hear the success cases, because when I had EAPL talk, I just wanted to know how they partner with women. What exactly do you partner? Are you a microfinance, or how do you do it? Thank you very much.
So how do we avoid tokenism? Yeah?
Thank you. My name is Jen Nyanga. Fortunately, I'm not from Nairobi. I am from the Coast region, County 002, Kwale County. And when I saw this meeting today, I decided to come here because as we're talking about marginalization, even when you talk about that allocation for women, who is this woman that is getting that allocation? We need to interrogate that also. Because at the end of the day, you find that you're saying, yes, it's the women that are getting it. But even among the women, is that who is getting actually the person who is supposed to get? Because we find that businesses are registered just to satisfy that requirement, that we have businesses that are owned by women. But when we go to the implementation phase, and I'm saying this because I am in business, I'm an entrepreneur, I do business development surveys, I'm a lawyer, I'm in consultancy. So at the end of the day, you see these businesses being registered as a requirement just to fit that. But when it comes to the actual, if you were to interrogate those numbers that you're talking about, the people who actually pocketed that money that was meant for women, you'll be shocked. So we need to talk beyond just the figures. Is the money actually going where it's meant to be? Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that is why within the UN system, we are now not talking about, yes, we are still talking about women-owned businesses, but we're beginning to talk about gender-responsive procurement. So, you know, thinking about who actually controls, who is the decision maker, who benefits, yeah? Those questions, thank you.
My name is Bilha Mukeku from Makueni County, not from Nairobi. Yes. My question goes to Catherine Karancha. Yes, you talked of women being paid promptly after they do their businesses. I'm a business lady and I'm also a farmer because I'm farming or I'm propagating beans, seeds for Calro, and I'm also a contractor. And I've done a lot of work for the county governments and also the national government. But one problem that I'm experiencing is I did work for the national government supply in 2017, and up to today, it's a pending bill. I did work for counties, one county, as my over 7 million. I've not been paid. Surely, I'm a woman. And my company is as AGPO. What am I doing now in Kenya? My legs have been cut. I cannot go far. But I thank God that I've come and met UN. And I know Karanja. I want to see you because I want to be a supplier and I want to be, you know, be a member of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think that question also we need Emma to respond to it because the accusations are around government, isn't it? And my friend Mr. Kinoti is here. He can also lend his voice when it comes to pending bills. And now, I hope nobody I've left behind. Oh, somebody is behind. Okay. I want to make sure that everybody is attended to. Please just keep noting. And make the question short so that we can accommodate everybody.
Yes, my name is Rebecca Mutua. I'm from Machakos County. I'm a business person. And my question goes to Arthur. How do you make sure that the supplier of suppliers do not shortchange the woman on the ground? I'm a village woman, and I know the problems we go through. So who helps that woman and make sure that they are not paid peanuts and the most of the money she has worked for goes to the people who, the middlemen actually. And what is the government and the EABL doing to these particular women whose business is not registered? And we are talking about registered businesses. How can they be registered as groups, as individuals, depending on their capacity? So that is my question, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm coming back. The issue of middle people.
My name is Leah Karemi. I write books on financial literacy. I'm writing the third book. And when I'm talking about financial literacy, because there's a time I was invited by BBC Africa to talk to the African woman and how they can rise economically. And one of the things that can help women rise, I know, is investment. And when we're talking about procurement, they lack this knowledge, you know. We are here, we're in Nairobi. There are many of us who don't know the procurement procedures from this, and even the requirements. So when we're talking about the requirements and everything, and even the requirements, is it possible to host most of these programs and invite even the consultancies, you know, women-owned consultancy and mentorship, involve us in this? Because we're on the ground, we know which women to involve this so that we're not just left, to supply flowers and just a few agricultural products. We can also do the mentorship and even these things which mostly go to men. So for me, I would just urge that when including, you put it a very wide base so that the women can be included as much as possible, especially on the consultancy and mentorship. And we'll be able to bring a lot of women with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And gender responsive procurement includes addressing some of those social things that are barriers, yes?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jane Wanjohi. I'm the Managing Director of Ariana Exports. We are in the export of cashew nuts and macadamia. We also export meat, mostly to the Middle East. My question goes to Catherine Karanja. Under the UN Women Empowerment section. On this, I'm going to touch on the coastal line. I back up what my sister from Coast talked about. I work with farmers from Kilifi, Kwale, Malindi, Lamu, Mombasa, and most are women and youth. What do the UN fraternity has in mind to empower these women? When I look at cashew nut farming in Kenya, we have a very big deficit and a big challenge, which I would probably urge your docket to look at. There is a challenge of irrigation. You find women and youth in cashew nut farming, they have the biggest challenge, and that makes us exporters and processors try to diversify our trade to Tanzania, our neighboring country, whereby we deprive our own government from acquiring the revenue they should be having. My other question still goes to Catherine Karanja. Do you have a docket that can help women and youth on irrigation, because that is the biggest challenge in the coastline? The other one is, what plans do you have in mind of what we call training and training of projections, whereby most of us processors have been having a challenge of getting partners to encourage our farmers in training and capacity building. My third question is, do you have any plan on the livestock farming of the same women and youth in the Coast Province? That is Kilifi, Kwale, Malindi, Lamu, and Mombasa, because that is where we have vast lands that where we can do great cash crop production, other than where I come from central Kenya, whereby we are still trying to stabilize and to balance in macadamia, other than where we have big vast of lands.
Thank you very much. We are now going this way. We are only halfway. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Wawero. I'm happy to be part of the lounge and to be part of the conversation. I work with an organization called Vijana Mani Pamoja. We support grassroots young women. I have a question, and I want to direct the question to Madam Emma and Madam Catherine. I'm just wondering if you consider organizations that run social enterprise activities within the organization, in the sense that, of course, the proceeds are reinvested into initiatives that are women-centric, and, of course, subsequently supporting women holistically. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Owiti from the University of Nairobi. And the first question is to Emma. You spoke about disaggregation. Is that data now available, especially in terms of reporting, where you can tell from the PWDs, for instance, how many are women, how many are men? And for the youth as well, that would be great to know, because in one of the studies that we did, which I think we did jointly with the National Treasury, those are some of the recommendations. It would be good to know that. And to Catherine Karanja, right? You spoke about, I don't know if I got that clearly, you could clarify the threshold when you were defining the women-owned businesses. Did I see 51%? And the question would be, was that correct? Was it 51? There was something about 51, and I felt that was a little bit lower in terms of what you're looking at for the leadership. And then again to Emma, you spoke about the skills gap. And this also leads to issues of compliance. In private, I mean the private organizations, some of them now do pre-bid conferences, a lot of deliberate sensitization so that the entrepreneurs really understand what's expected, and we don't have issues of, like the example that you gave, for instance, where somebody qualified, was awarded, and they realize that within the prizes they cannot deliver. So what kind of strategies are there to ensure that women particularly are sensitized so that even as they go through the process, and this sensitization to really reach the women at the lowest levels? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdia Dabaso. I lead the Women and Youth Banking at SBM Bank. I want to concur with the ladies that spoke in terms of the lady from Coast Region. And I think she highlighted one of the things that we have worked on as a bank that is committed to gender-responsive procurement for the last 4 years. When we interrogated the data in terms of the ownership of the businesses that were being fronted as women-led, we went further to look at the CR12 to see what the CR12 tells us. And I can guarantee you it was a very humbling experience to note that women are fronted, but they have no voice in those enterprises. So I concur with what she said. One of the things that we did was to ensure that the CR12 reflects the ownership and the decision-making level of the women in that particular business. The other aspect of payments, I feel you. And you can imagine if she had accessed financing from a bank and it takes forever for her to receive that payment. Are we really empowering this woman or disempowering her? What we have done at the bank is to ensure that we also relooked at our payment cycle and revised it from 90 days, 4 years back, to 30 days. And for some women, depending on the urgency of the activity that they want to undertake, then we also look at how soon we can avail it even before the 30 days. I want to also applaud the efforts of Diageo. Some of your farmers, especially the barley farmers, we have seen some of those tickets coming through and we have been supporting them. I think there is a great opportunity to scale that particular opportunity because the sizes that are coming through are so tiny. And I'm wondering, is there more that we can open up for these farmers? Probably they're feeling locked out because maybe they do not have the information. So Mr. Mamvura, Arthur Mamvura, I hope I have not massacred your name. I would be happy to be part of that conversation, especially with your financial services sector. Just to also paint a picture in terms of the ones that are coming through and what they are accessing and the opportunities around that. Again, my question to Madam Karanja from the government is, do you have guidelines around the payment cycle? That could be an area of opportunity for you to explore.
Thank you very much. And she's from State Bank of Mauritius. So those of you who are thinking about financing, there are also opportunities. Please make sure that you get hold of her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to be brief because I know the time is spent and there are many people who would like to speak. One, I would like to applaud you and women. as part of those that started UNIFEM. Gender budgeting, I think is something that was a game changer. This, I hope, is going to also be a game changer. One, the reason why I'm saying this is because of those my sisters who have spoken, or my daughters who have spoken from the marginalized areas. But the one that I want to ask is, somebody talked about wellness, and somebody talked about, we talked in the speeches that we got, gender-based violence. I've not heard those being cracked on how then are we going to protect women, the enabling environment under which the women are doing business. I'm sure she's thinking about it. But in real terms, what it is, I want to point a picture from the lake region. I work a lot with women in the lake sector, fishing industry. The kind of things that we do there deprive women of their dignity, even if you have a little bit of your money in your pocket. I think that is something that as a nation we need to crack. And for the government, the reason I think it has been spoken about, the registration vis-a-vis. Who then is registering in your portal? There's a lot of harassment of young people, disabled people to be made to be in groups or to register outfits then that are benefiting other people. Have we been able to analyze in practical sense, you and women, please look at the data. I come from Kenya Medical Women's Association as the national president and a founder, and some of these things that when we sit in our clinics come through very clearly as a burden to women. Thank you very much, but congratulations.
Thank you very much. The issue around gender-based violence. And please, let's try and ask one question so that we can cover everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wanjiro Gichuhi, and my field is logistics. My question is directed to Arthur, and it's coming from a point of observation. I've had the privilege of attending some of these sessions whereby the big companies, they would say, they say that they are allocating work to women. But at the end of the day, you find it's the flowers, and I've got no problem with flowers. But the big ticket jobs, they are reserved for multinationals. Why? Because possibly it's a policy, or the small businesses do not have a particular turnover that they will talk about. So in that case, you find in the area that you have competence in, that you cannot participate there because of these other barriers. I think my challenge to Arthur and others who may be here from the big companies is that perhaps you need to look at the big ticket contracts. You mentioned logistics as one of them, the CapEx is as one of them, and you wonder why women are not picking. The requirements are just at another level in terms of turnover and so many other things, and policy issues that they can only be done by multinationals. For whatever reason, it doesn't come out, but you'll be told on the sidelines of the conversation. Number two, some of these contracts, they run for 2 years. So at the point at which you are trying to get in, you're told, oh, it went to this multinational and it's valid for 5 years, so you may have to wait for 5 years. My request, my plea is, if you could consider sometimes that some of these jobs, first of all, with the big contracts, you split them, because obviously I'll not do warehousing, I'll not do all these other big things. But there are niches there where I can participate in that particular area. So maybe you split and then you shorten the period if you want to support women in the big ticket contracts. Number three, you guys, the big companies, they are very prescriptive. They come and they say, this is what we feel the women need. But I challenge, can you talk to the women, and especially in the big ticket jobs, and find out what exactly is stopping them from getting the big jobs? So it's not prescriptive, it's more collaborative, so that at the end of the day, you get them to participate. Finally, yes, I did mention about the big contracts, if you could consider splitting them. Number 5, the requirements about turnover. I've never quite understood what role it plays in you deciding whether you give me a contract or not. And I say that because when we talk as women, when you get there, you find maybe you're supposed to have a turnover of maybe 20, 30 million a month. And you're thinking, yeah, that's why I need that job to meet this turnover. Yet you won't give me because I don't have it yet. So I want you guys to really look at what is stopping us from getting those big ticket items and talk to us to find out what it is that you can do, because we have solutions. We are qualified, we have solutions, and we can have those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there barriers that are making women not able to access your opportunities?
Thank you, UN Women and the public procurement for informing us, for empowering us. I'm always excited when I come here because I'm learning. We say that if you feed a woman, you feed the nation. We carry all the burden in our home. So we really need these jobs. We need it to happen to us, and we cannot afford to sit on the sideline and wait for and to see change happening. We want to be where the decisions are made. We want to be where the change is happening. My name is Mary Dhuo. I am a champion. I champion for decent work, human rights, economic growth for those at the bottom of the pyramid, dwelling in informal settlements in urban and peri-urban areas. I do this through leveraging my core business, which is sustainable, where we provide sustainable commercial cleaning services for offices and buildings. We do this through leveraging our core business to address social and environmental impacts. My question goes to Emma. Emma, I'm wondering, how can we change the narratives of 60-day procurement payment to vulnerable groups, youth, women, and persons with disability? I still find that very challenging because I'm talking this from a point of where the affirmative action that when it was brought on board on 2015, I took advantage. Before then, I used to tender for the government. I couldn't get even one. Until this affirmative was brought on board. I thank God that it came because I went for the trainings, I did a lot of trainings and I got it, and I got a lot of work, and we actually employed 500 workers. That was good, but again, we had some teething problems. We were not paid on time. So what happened? We crumbled, we went on our knees, we closed our business because we are vulnerable women. We do not have enough. We don't have the financial muscles. So can you bring us on the board? Bring us where the decisions, because we are the wearer of the shoes. We know where the shoe pinches. Please bring us on the table so that we can tell you what is happening on the ground. Because they say, but things on the ground are totally different. So please bring us on the table. The other question goes to, still to you. It is the introduction of the guarantee scheme, where you said there is a kitty. The government has given us 3 billion. How do we access it? What is it about this? Can you inform us, because we want to access this? And can you have collaborations with, not the commercial banks. The commercial banks are crazy. They give us long lists if we want to access money. But we go to the circle, we get, my business have grown through the circle. They are able to listen to us. It's easy, it's accessible, it's affordable. Please collaborate with the circles and bring us on board. We want to do business. We want to expand our business and change the narrative of broken societies. And the last one, to Catherine, UN Women. Today, you've spoken about the women who have tapped into the platform. I know I was the first person when you are launching the first time. I've never been able to tap to it because I provide sustainable commercial cleaning services. There was no cleaning service at that point. Please tell us today there is cleaning service we can be able to access. I know there are several women here who are also doing that. And can we have all these women here today? Please, let it be deliberate, let it be intentional, that you bring us here and train us, because me, I need to understand. I don't want to be told. I want to be taken step by step to be shown how to access that platform. Sometimes you may think that we are able to understand it immediately. Please bring us here, take us step by step, let us get into that platform and let us start accessing business. Let it be deliberate. Catherine, thank you.
I can tell you for sure that under this program, for the 3.5 years, Catherine will have that opportunity to sit with you. I have so many questions. If you have a question that has already been asked, please don't repeat it. And ask one question, if you don't mind, so that it's almost 1 o'clock. We haven't even given them an opportunity to respond to us. But I'm very happy that we are ventilating it. That's why we're here. We need to be heard. Eh? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Wanyoni. I'm a secretariat at Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network Global and a founder of a global action plan for agrodiversity. My concern is on women in agriculture. We understand that we have 80% of our women are in up countries and 56% of them are actually poor. But when you look at the statistics, between 42 to 65% of these women are the ones that are actively participating in agriculture. The small amount, the small funds that we are allocating, or the way we are trying to empower these women in these rural areas, we need to look into a strategy on how we can ensure that we have the retainers of the benefit so that these women can grow from what we are helping them to do. And one thing that has come out in this today's presentation, I've realized that our gap that is existing is actually lack of, inadequate training. There is inadequate training. And as we are talking about accelerating gender equality, we also need to look into a possible way on how we can accelerate how we take the information to the women in rural areas. Thank you so much.
How do they receive information? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Victoria from Ecozy Limited, a member of KNCCI Nairobi chapter. And at Ecozy Limited, we actually offer women services in terms of teaching them how to tender. So if you want to get into the tendering and procurement space, you can see me after this. So my question is to all of you. According to KCC, right now, the 80% of corruption can actually be tied back to public procurement. So to all of you, the panelists, what are you doing in terms of upholding procurement integrity in your spaces? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Margaret, and I'm in agribusiness. I come from Murang'a County, and my question is around increasing the number of procurement to women in the rural areas. I work very closely with women in the rural areas, encouraging them to increase their income at household level. And as we sit here, there are women out there who do not have an idea that the UN Women, or this whole project is being launched. How can we be able to reach them, at least so that we can increase this number? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and my hand was almost screaming. My name is Dr. Juliet Kimemia. I am in charge of trade and investments at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I just want to propose the chamber as the private sector institution to implement this project, because I can see government, UN, and private sector, but there is no private sector body to facilitate the implementation of this. So I'm offering the Chamber of Commerce, and why the Chamber is the place to be is because Chamber is in every county, at every ward, compared to the other private sector organization, KEPSA, which is really largely focused on the big enterprises, the big private sector players. So this is an invitation for implementation through the chamber, because within the chamber, then we'll be able to even support the public procurement authority in terms of even pushing for payment, because from what has been presented here, we didn't see really how much has been paid. And we are aware that the controller of budget, I think in the latest report, indicates that the pending bills are over 600 billion. So if 40% is what has been awarded to women, then we can conclude that 40% of that has not been paid. This is actually very crippling. So my question is, what are you going to do about the current pending bills? And during the implementation of this program, how are you going to make sure that what is procured, what is contracted, is paid? On the UN system, you have told us that what is below 5,000 is not advertised. I'm sure all of us here want to know. How do you then share the information? Because if it's not advertised, then it means it's really not public. What can you do for us who are seated in this room? You know, kale kanjia kampango kakando, so that at least we can know what is available today and actually access it. For EABL, what we would like to see is really figures, because we have talked about smallholder farmers. Where are they? Who are they? How much has been allocated to them? And what are the current opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. To you. How many more? I think 2 or 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miriam. I'm from Diamond Trust Bank. I wanted to ask Arthur one question. We really have a problem with the tiring of suppliers. There's the first tier, the second tier, and the tier continues until to the small one. He has said that they usually deal with big suppliers, and they usually look at what the second tier entails, who got the whatever. But we, being, I work with procurement, and we have done all that. Some things are very hard to get, and I really want to know how you manage all that so that I can go and implement back at home, that is Diamond Trust Bank, to know how I can get to know maybe if a company offers cleaning services, as you have said, most of the SMEs sometimes do that. How can I monitor how many employees maybe are women, maybe how many are men, how much they get or what they get according to the services that I want. Also, I want to know if you are going according to tiers. There's a mother supplier, definitely, the big supplier. The farmer who supplies barley, how will you get to know that this farmer is a woman and this farmer is a man? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are almost done, and it's almost 1 o'clock. We might have to reduce the amount of time we spend on lunch.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Wangari. I run an organization called Hope on Fit. I'm also a member of WISI. This is a very special group, Hope on Fit. This is a group of cancer survivors and caregivers where we have risen beyond our challenge of cancer and decided to do business because we cannot be limited by the disease. So our question is, we make these handcrafts, but we do not have access to markets. WISI has been very supportive. We were trained on business management, but we do not have access to capital and market. You can see these things are made by people who have lost some of body organs. They have lost spouses due to challenges of cancer, but now we don't know where to access capital. WISI is trying really hard to help us, but themselves, they don't have this capital to help us start up our own businesses and expand our businesses. So we are asking, do we have special funding for these special groups where we are not recognized? People living with NCDs, people living with cancer. I'm also a cancer survivor. I have risen beyond my challenge to help this group of people who are really not recognized anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And there is a table out there, and I challenged that each one of you please make sure that you buy something from these ladies. Buy something, however small, so that they can get some income. Yeah, but of course the questions around markets broadly will be responded to.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eli Otieno. I'm from Pavicon, Kenya. It's a woman on business. though I'm not a woman myself. I represent the CEO, the owner. So my question goes to Mr. Arthur. I'm not sure whether it has been addressed or not. I know with UN, when we want to seek the opportunities, we go to the UNGM. For EABL, which platform do you have that we can go seek for these opportunities? And again, yeah, this alluded to one of the speakers who mentioned about pre-bid conferences that you can have to align us with the expectation we as the suppliers. So majorly on where do we go to seek all those opportunities under EABL? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our last question, and then we can go back to the presenters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James from Ghetto Radio. My question is to everyone in the panel. I wanted to ask, are there any special laws, or rather laws pertaining to copyright and patent laws that can be changed or revised that can maybe suit vulnerable people or other women?
Laws that suit vulnerable persons. Thank you. The last one now.
Hi, my name is Wairimu. I'll go straight to the question. My question is access to markets. I would like to maybe to Emma, Arthur, and because Catherine had explained how if you're in a different, if you don't meet a certain amount of money. So my question is in regards to access to markets. And this question is provision to reduce entry barriers. That is to Emma. And then just on that, I want to also a general question to all of you, and it's regarding safeguarding. And the area I would like an answer is power imbalances and financial and legal safeguards, if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that we have all been heard and that nobody is sitting there thinking, Elizabeth has not given me an opportunity. Have we all been heard? Have we all been heard? Or one person is saying she has not been heard. So one last person, and then we go to you. We don't want to close out anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Elizabeth, for that. My name is Caroline Moreithi, and I am a management consultant. And I also offer business development services for entrepreneurs, both existing and upcoming. And I have a question for the three panelists. And the question is on the support of women who have got startup businesses. My sister Wanjiru had asked about the turnover, but then if we look even at the requirements at the stage of either pre-qualification or for the tendering, you'll find that there are some documentations that the businesses might be asked to produce that they do not have. How would you support, or how do you support startup businesses from women who have not done any other job? Because if you don't give them the opportunity, how then shall we ever be able to do the jobs that we are being told that are there for us? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's the same challenge, isn't it, when you're looking for a job and they're asking you for 10 years of experience and you're thinking, I'm not as old as Elizabeth. So, you know, yeah. So over to you, ladies and gentlemen. You can combine some of the questions. I think you have, you have the microphones next to you. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe we can start with, in that order, Emma, and then Arthur, and then Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to appreciate all your questions. It means you are attentive when you are making the presentation. I'll be brief to those questions directed to me. And to start with, somebody asked the question to do with balancing quality and competitive pricing, and it was directed to either of us. And we say, from our perspective, from a government perspective, the first requirement is that for you to be able to supply in government, you must meet the quality. what we are asking for. And then is the price okay in terms of within the market range? That's the question we ask ourselves. How we have been able to take care of women in this category, we are saying we are competing women among women. We are not giving this to any other general supplier out there. Whatever we have allocated for women, it is women competing against themselves. So what is it? Eventually, one of the women will win the tender. And one lady asked, if I combine with that, where do these tenders go? Who end up getting the contract? At the end of the day, if you're competing among women, that job will go to one of you. And it's a game of chances. You either get it or lose it. And for that, we have no control because we are in a competition. So we normally give reasons whenever we do award. We tell you why your bid was rejected or why you did not become the winner. We either tell you, you did not do this, your price was not the lowest. So whenever you are told your price was not the lowest, please know that there is somebody who bid a lower price than yours. And there is nothing much we can do about that. Somebody asked the issue of 30% percentage to be very low for the marginalized group. And we have said the law says a minimum. Where procuring entities are able to achieve beyond 30%, they are free to do so. There are some that have been able to achieve more from their specific institutions. You can find one institution going all the way to 40, of course, based on the sector. If you go to the infrastructure sector, chances are you may not get there. But on another small scale, like my brother Ava was saying, I think we are good at that, and we have been able to achieve. Somebody asked a question on, I think I've answered that together. The national government, a lady said she applied at the national government in 2017, and to date, the budget, the bill or the invoice is still a pending bill. I want to give the uniqueness of government budgeting process. Unlike my two colleagues here who normally do their budget once they have money in their pocket, for government, we budget before correcting. So whatever Arthur is paying from his end is what I'm budgeting to correct as tax so that I'm able to pay my suppliers. And because of that, if we are not able to have corrected at a particular point in time, then the payment will delay. So budgeting, you do not have the coffers within your, you may have the money in the books, but you lack the exchequer. So we have to wait until we correct and then we pay. And there is nothing, because please remember, the government is not in the business of doing business. The government is in the business of providing services to the citizen as their core business. So we wait to correct, then we pay. How is that being addressed? We have now tied, like you have heard, His Excellency is so passionate about implementing the e-government. What is it that we want to achieve with the e-government? We want to achieve the interlinking of the budget process, the procurement process, and the payment process. That you'll only be able to buy if you have a budget. You will only be able to sign a contract if you have a budget. Remember, when the government is not able to achieve the correction at the end of the day as they had budgeted to do, the revenue bit, we normally have what we call supplementary budget. What do these supplementary budgets come to do? They come to tell our institution and the procuring entity, though the government had envisaged to correct this money, we have now scaled down because we haven't achieved as at this date. So what do? We must scale down the budget. Once the budget is scaled down, then there are those activities that will have gone through the full procurement process, and they will have been finalized in terms of contracting. So what do? We delay what has not gone through the procurement process. Again, we have what we call project-based budgeting. If I have a project A and the budget estimate was 2 billion, that money is locked for that project unless a reallocation is around, depending on where we are. And the government does that all the time. We'll be able to reallocate budget for the projects that have not commenced so that we are able to finalize on what we had already commenced. And so the issue of pending bill, but again, as much as we say they are pending bill, they normally form the first charge item. And we are now adopting first in, first out. The first to be invoiced, the first to be paid, so that we ensure that we do not have a project that was started in 2019 and it is paid before the one of 2017. And that is work in progress as we speak. In terms of the capacity building, somebody asked about what we are going to do to build capacity for the people down there who may not be able to participate in this. In recent past, the government has introduced a capacity building levy. Out of every contract that you enter into with government, 0.03% will be charged to go to the training and capacity building levy. That money is supposed to benefit both the suppliers and the internal stakeholders. Why? To build capacity so that we are able to do away with the gray areas where the suppliers don't know, this information has not reached them. So how is it being done? If it's a sector in the road sector, and I know this happens often, I don't know whether there is any supplier here who can confirm, and including the financial institution, they normally conduct training for contractors, the bank, the financial institution on a quarterly basis. And I know one of our institutions that is very good at that in the infrastructure. We have KENHA, it does that all the time. We have National Construction Authority, they do that all the time, and they move around this country trying to build capacity. So now we want to do it more and build more capacity, both at the national level and at the regional level. About the results we have been able to achieve, the University of Nairobi, they say they want to disaggregate the clusters, what is given to the women and what is given to the youth and PWDs. As you note, I had highlighted, if you look at the 3 clusters, we have the women, we have the youth, and we have PWD. We have women across board, among the youth and among the PWD. So most likely, what has gone to the PWD could be a woman. So that data, at the end of the day, will cut across. But going forward, we'll see how to bring out that difference so that we are able to report specifically on women access to business. I've discussed about the delayed payment, and that is as a result of the government budgeting and the payment. And we are addressing that using the AGP. Once we roll out, we are sure that we will not be able to have more pending bills going forward. Madam Mary Thu requested that we reduce this aspect of 60 days payment period. I still want to tie it to the budgeting. Budget and revenue correction, they go hand in hand. If, I don't know whether Catherine pays taxes on her payment, she'll be able to tell us. But I'm saying, as from where we sit as government, we rely on the taxes we correct from our institution so that we are able to meet our obligations. If we haven't corrected, we will not be able to make the payment. How is it that how do we access the 30 billion kitty? We have partnered with our financial institutions and bank to give what we call credit guarantee. Like I had highlighted, we are doing what we call LSO and LPO financing, whereby we support the banks to be able to give credit guarantee to the suppliers. And we have achieved that. Maybe the banks that are here, I had National Bank because I know it's very close to the government, and that has been achieved. There are those who have been able to achieve, but again, we will build on the capacity of the same. There was a question, how do we support the women who are doing the social, they are called CBOs? Do we have such programs? One of our procurement method is community, it's where we have community involvement. Like when we are doing the schools, we allow the schools and the training institutions to use community involvement. So they buy the material, but the labor is provided by the community within that area. And that is something that this organization, the community-based organization, could be able to ride on because they cannot go individually. That's the only way they can access that, as individuals or as these organizations. I don't know whether I have left any other question unanswered, but if there is any, I'll be available to.
Thank you very much, Emma. A round of applause for Emma. Thank you very much. We are standing between you and lunch, and some of you are beginning to nod. Would you just get up, please, and see if you can stretch a little? Get up, stretch a little. Everyone, please, just get up and stretch a little. Stretch. All of us, please, stretch a little. I don't know how many of you can touch your toes. Can you touch your toes, please? Yeah, if you can, you can. Oh, please, wake up, wake up, wake up. A few more minutes, and then we go for lunch. Okay, now I think we have woken up. So, Arthur, over to you. The questions that please combine. Some of the questions that different people have asked that are similar. If there's anything that Emma has responded to that touches what you've done, maybe just provide an additional response. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether to sit down or to stand. Okay, let me stand. I think it's better here. I lost my mobile a few minutes ago, so I've got a very good reason not to answer the questions. So, okay, so it's a lot of questions. It's also very good questions, so I really appreciate this opportunity to be here and listen, get the feedback. Because ultimately, as you can see, we have the same objective, but somehow, we need to change how we do things. Before I get into the summary of questions, I just want to bring a level of reality into the room. I sense the frustration, I sense the ambition, and I put myself in there. I swap roles. I'm like, if I was one of you, I'll be asking the very same question, because this is what I want to do. This is my business, and you have the opportunity, so I want it. So I really take these questions very seriously, and also, you know, when I do that role reversal, right, I can really understand what you're looking for. But I just want to bring some reality into the room. The reality is this. If I look at the mature markets globally, and the US is probably the most mature in this area, supply diversity was really pioneered in the US. And to make it even more important, in the US, it was supported by legislation. Yeah, I think it was Emma was talking about legislation, or Catherine, I can't remember. It was supported by legislation, right? So the legislation compelled businesses to be sourcing from women, veterans, and all those other categories, you know, which we don't want to talk about, right? Do you know what is the level of spend of most US businesses is with diverse suppliers as a total group? The ones that are doing extremely well would be in the ranges of maybe 15% would be the most. But most of them are at the 10% level, which means 10% of their spend has been accessed by these disadvantaged groups. So this is what we are dealing with. It's not an easy one. So you might look at 10% and say, wow, how can it be so small for businesses which has been on this journey for more than 10 years? But this is the reality. Yeah? You go on the internet and check which are the leading companies in terms of this area and how much of their spend is being spent on these groups. I look at our company. I gave you statistics here. Having done 2 years in Kenya, we are at 6.5%. Yeah? Which is an amazing, amazing achievement, right? But what I know is that, you know, we can actually accelerate, we can move faster. Because, you know, our women are very enterprising, and, you know, and they are there, and they are ready. So I just wanted to bring that reality that, you know what, it's not as bad as it looks like. A lot of good work has been done over a very short space of time. Remember, 2 years ago, we didn't talk about this, yeah? We have had to build our capacity, first of all, as businesses, as a procurement team, to understand how do we go and find these women, make them capable, and give them the job. So I just wanted to drop that, you know, just for reflection. But anyway, let me come back to a couple of questions that were raised, yeah? There were questions around, give us some examples. I mean, the first example is that we are spending, you know, 6.5 billion with these businesses, yeah? It's going somewhere. Those women, I fairly understand, they may not be sitting in this room, right? But they are there, they are out there, yeah? I wish that, you know, half of you could be part of that. Sometimes it's not possible. They are not in this room, and I know that drives a lot of frustration, right? But they are all over Kenya. So when you talk of those marginalized women and so on, they are part of the 6.5 billion we are spending today. And this is the reason why we've got a very robust process to ensure that they actually own 51%. Why is 51% important? Because when you have got 51%, you actually have got management control of the business. Yeah? Now, how far can we go to check whether you are just being used as a front? I mean, you know, there is a limit, right? But what we know is that, you know, the CR12 needs to show that 51% is owned by a disadvantaged group, women. And we take that to be the formal recognition that you have got management control, and therefore you can control the resources, you can control the decision making, and also, you know, other things. So our biggest progress has been in the area of marketing. When I look at the advertising space, yeah, when I look at the total spend of KBL, Kenya Breweries Limited, 25% of that is through diverse suppliers in marketing, which is huge. Yeah, we have got a target to deliver 10% of our total spend by 2025, which means, we've got 1 year to go, 2025. However, within the marketing space, 25%, is actually owned by diverse group. Our 3 top agencies, which we are spending millions, if not billions with, are owned by ladies. Right? I mean, the data is out there in the public domain. So we actually have a lot more competition within the marketing space. And I can understand why. Yeah? I can understand why. Because the biggest thing within the marketing space is here. It's about the creativity, the intellectual capital, the creativity. It's not really about the capital to put a factory. It's about, do you have the capital here? And as long as you've got the ideas, it's an easy one to get into. So we actually have much more competition in that category than in any other category. And so a quarter of our spend is actually with diverse groups, right? Which means there's a lot of women involved there. And like I said, our three top agencies, I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, women-owned. So we are doing something. Actually, as a business, we did not start on this journey today. We actually have been doing the right things over a long time, within and without. So that's one I wanted. The other area where we've succeeded is we've established a new value chain for biomass. Biomass is a replacement for heavy oil, diesel, and all those kind of things. So today in EABL, our boilers, they are fired with macadamia shells, sawdust, wood chips, all those agricultural residues. Within that, I think 50-60% is coming from women. Our biggest vendor is a lady. So we've been very, very deliberate, particularly in those areas where we think women have got a better chance of succeeding. So I could go on and give you these examples, right? We are also working with some women who we are trying to handhold into the difficult categories. And one of the difficult categories is packaging. Labels, crowns, closures. It's been a 2-year journey. We are not yet there, right? Because quality is key. Our products are susceptible to counterfeit. If you don't produce that label with the artwork and the quality we require, it will look like counterfeit. Nobody will buy. If we use that kind of label, then we'll open ourselves to counterfeit, right? So the demands for quality are so big. 2 years we are working with this lady. When we started, she was producing labels for everybody else, and she thought it was just a question of, but we have been so deliberate and walking step by step, and I'm glad that now she does understand that actually she was not ready, and we are on that journey. But we have also used that to learn and to show the business that, you have to be patient. You have to be patient. It's not going to be easy, and we also have to be deliberate. So we are doing a lot, and I could give you a lot of success stories, right? I think one of the things I picked up here, right, and I'm using these stories also to answer some of the questions. One of the things I picked up here is really around how do we allocate a percentage of our spend deliberately for the small businesses, given that there is a lot of unfair competition coming from the big and well-established businesses. So I spoke of 2 things. One is we are now demanding that the big businesses spend a significant amount of their spend with diverse businesses, women-owned. So that's something that we can accelerate, we can demand the data, and because it's our money, it's our PO, so we can actually say, if you really want to access this, even as far as our tenders are concerned, at the tender process, we can actually stipulate there to say 10% of the spend will go to diverse groups. Now, this is a structural change which we have to make. It's not going to produce results next month. But definitely in subsequent years, if we insist that every tender, if everyone who wins a tender for our business has to allocate 10% of the spend, it will happen. And it will start to change things. So those are some of the things that we can do. And, I think it's a very good build coming from here. Now, our business is huge, right? So some of these areas, they are so difficult to come in, yeah? Because of the demands of capital and technology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But working with our suppliers, I think it is very possible to carve out, that piece, yeah? And it is really for us to be able to set those standards and demand them and enforce them. So, sorry. Yeah, then there was something around how do we make sure that our suppliers are not shortchanged, et cetera, et cetera. Because what I've seen also is that because women-owned businesses, they want to access the business. So when they give their quotes, they try to be the cheapest. You are never going to be the cheapest. It's impossible. Because you're small, you are probably just starting. So I think, if I speak on our own behalf, right, we do understand this. And also we want you to make a profit, because if you don't make a profit, you will fall over, and then I don't have the service I want. So we are very clear on that. We did a tender, women-owned business applied. She was the cheapest, which means I could have given her all the labels for EABL. Yeah? But then when you look at it, we sat down and then we are like, you cannot be the cheapest. How can you be the cheapest? Can we see your costing? Can we see your margins? So from our side, we do an open book costing. Yeah? We know that you need a return, and therefore it is very possible that you can actually be more expensive, because we are deliberately making the decision to give you the business, because it is company policy. So nobody's going to come to me and say, why did you give your business when she's 5% more expensive? That's what our policy says. Our policy says you are going to spend more with these suppliers. So this is the way to achieve it. So for me, that's not a problem. The issue is be open and say, this is it, these are my costs. I'm diverse, I'm not big, I'm not competitive, but this is what I'm doing to improve. So those are some of the things we are dealing with, and Then there was the question around procurement procedures and accessibility. I think that's an area where we can improve, because I think accessing us can be very difficult. So I think that's an area that we can improve, and I think it's something which I need to take away and say, how do we make it easy for you to access, but also to know what we want? Yeah. We actually have got a database of suppliers, right, that we go onto, but we need to open it up now to bring in other people. So that's something which I need to just take away with my team and say, how do we make sure that we are more accessible? Now, one of the things I'd like to mention here is that this is not only a bias issue, right? We are the buyers. Everybody in this room has a role to play. And this essentially what we're trying to achieve with our RISE program. We don't have the capability to go to every corner of the country and search for these women and what they do and bring them in. We don't. But there are women's organizations here who can do that. So these are the organizations we need to partner with. Yeah? So we need to make sure that they can understand our specification. This is what we are looking for. Then they can do all that heavy lifting, because we just don't have the capacity to do that. So they can do the short listing, and then we can then work with them to work with those lists. So one of the things we are working through with RISE is actually producing a checklist. A checklist which, if you are a woman-owned business, you complete. When we get the checklist, let's say you've been shortlisted, right? Let me take WeConnect, which is the one we talk to the most, right? WeConnect, they have got so much membership. We give them a very clear specification of what we want. They have a short list, I don't know, maybe 50 businesses they send to us. The short lists, each one of the shortlisted will now fill in this checklist. So the checklist should show gaps, strengths, weaknesses, So from the checklist, we should be able to tell mentorship requirements, training requirements, financial capacity. Yeah? Then working with this coalition of partners, right? If it is about finance, the banks are there. If it is about mentoring, somebody who does mentoring, this is something we've done so successful within the agricultural space, right? Because we were trying to bring in women with disability into the market. And we've got 9 partners under site savers who are managing all this. Of course, our biggest role there is to provide a market for the sorghum and the barley. Yeah? So we need to make sure that this coalition of people is actually playing the various roles, because EABL can't do it all. There are things we can do, there are things we can't do, but if we can partner together. So my challenge and provocation to the organization for women-owned businesses here is that we need to come together and then see within this process, within the RISE program, what role can you play? Let me come back to, my time is almost up now, to the question that you probably asked, which was the first question, right? Which was around, if you were to pick one barrier out of all this, what would it be? I think that barrier is discovery. Discovering those women who can meet our requirements. I think that's the biggest barrier. It's not even about, do they have the money? The money will be sorted out, yeah? We need to discover people who can fit in the requirements of our business. So that piece has got 2 pieces. One is, we need to be much better at articulating what our needs are. But the women-owned businesses need to be much better at shortlisting women who stand a chance to compete successfully. So today I've got a policy which says every RFP should have at least one diverse business, yeah? Should have at least one woman-owned business. They are not there because somewhere that process is not working. So that's why we need to collaborate, right? So as part of the RISE program, one of the things we're going to do is to bring all these bodies together, really articulate what we are looking for. Then you go out to your organizations, you look for them through this process with a very clear checklist to establish gaps by supplier. We can then have an action plan tailored to a particular, yeah? So these are improvements, enhancements into what we are doing, and we hope that with all those things, we will accelerate the growth of the spend with women-owned businesses. Lots of questions here, but happy to connect outside of this. But clearly, you're going to be hearing more about RISE. I think we're going to come together. I think we are now having the right conversation, right? It means we are maturing now. I think we are beginning to walk.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Arthur. Thank you. Thank you. They are worrying about discovering us, isn't it? And yet we want to be discovered. We are here. We are saying we have this to offer. So please also put yourself in a position where you can be discovered. Yeah? So thank you so much. Again, outside this, do please look for him. Make sure that you have his contacts. I do hope that you have an open door policy so that these ladies can find you, so that you can discover them. Over to you, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to be very short because a lot has been said. I want to tackle the balance between competitiveness and quality. I know Arthur has touched on it, but let me just expound. For us, UN Women, and I believe it is so even in the government, we don't look for the lowest bidder. We look for the lowest evaluated bidder, meaning we are looking for the most responsive bid. The price may not be the lowest, but most responsive. And what are we looking at here? Quality, compliance, and of course pricing. So if you look at those things, then you will be very competitive. Again, as a vendor, there are so many other competing vendors for the opportunity you are looking for. Add creativity innovativeness, stand out. Do one thing that will make you stand out above the others. There are some bids that they are so specific, but if you come with a certain creativity and then you'll give the buyer an idea, they might be able to accommodate your idea because it brings a better result than what they thought they have. Because we believe that the vendors out there, they know the market better, they know the products they are selling better than us who are procuring. Number two, I want to address the issue of supporting procurement from counties. From the UN perspective, and let me narrow myself to UN Women because I don't know what the other UN agencies are doing. We had this year, you've heard of the G7? Yeah, the 7 women governors. There is an activation that had been going on around the counties. And one of the things that has helped us as UN Women to reach the counties is that whatever procurements are required to service any event in the counties, we go there and register vendors from that county. So we give opportunity to those counties. But again, UN Women is small. We don't have many outreaches out there. So we may not be able to do much for the counties, but where we are able, we do that. The other one I'll address, although also this one, Arthur had touched about it, about how you can protect the subcontractor from the main contractor. This goes again to yourself. How knowledgeable are you about the contract you are about to subcontract to? Because us as the procuring entity, we have no relationship with a subcontractor. Our relationship is with the main contractor. So the terms and the whatever, the conditions you agree with your own contractor is the one that will give you protection. But of course, if the main contractor eventually, because they are supposed to state there in their bids that they have subcontracted this percentage of work to so-and-so contracting company. So in case eventually they are paid and they breach the contract you have between them, then that time, because they had already mentioned you as a subcontractor, you can appeal to the organization to intervene on your behalf. This support for the counties, for the farmers in Kilifi, Kwale, and the coast issue, those ones I'll leave to Elizabeth because in procurement we don't tackle those issues, but she's in the women empowerment and I know they support some agricultural projects, so probably she'll speak about that. On the define the 51%, I didn't understand what Emily from...
No, government talks about 70%. UN Women talks about 51% for it to be women-owned. Yeah, yes. So according to her, that's a low threshold.
Okay. The other one was, what does it require to register with us? I heard somebody saying that that lady who was talking about women being short-charged. The people say that this is a woman-owned business, but when you go to the CR12, it is a different entity. For UN Women, we look at the CR12. So we are sure every vendor we are registering as a woman-owned business is actually a woman-owned business. So you need to get your documents well. There is somebody who asked about cleaning services. In UN, we don't, as UN Women, we don't procure cleaning services because we work with the entire UN, and UNON is the main mother of all common services, like cleaning, like a number of many things. So if you are interested in those, you need to go to the UNON portal to register there. The need for training, yes, that one has been on my agenda for quite some time. There is a time we advertised and we didn't get enough quorum. We had advertised before COVID in 2020, and we had a great response, but unfortunately COVID cut us for 2 years. When we came back, I think people were just tired, they never registered. So, but now that you are here, we'll be doing so in the next year. The issue of not advertising opportunities below 5,000 US dollars. How you access these opportunities is registering in our portal, the UN Women portal, so that when such opportunities appear, we can invite you. These are restricted tenders. They are not even tenders, they are not very high value items, but when you are registered inside, and even for every other UN agency, you need to go to the individual agency's portal and register. For us in UN Women, you can send us an email at procurement, can you write? procurement.kenya@unwomen.org. If you send us an email that you want to be registered, we'll send you the requirements for registration. I have a very powerful team of a young man called Jackson who will support you all the way. Then, how to support startups. This one I'm going to challenge you. As a startup, how do you package yourself? You know, you must have the mandatory documents. There is nowhere you're going to work without documents. Even living in Kenya, when you're above 18, you have to have an ID. So if you want to access any business, get proper government legal documents. Number 2, go out and seek those opportunities. Go to those portals we have mentioned, the UNGM, send me an email, you want to be registered. Me, I know personally in UN Women, I have contracted very many startups because that is part of our work to empower women, yeah? So I have registered many startups, but we have to check whether we are not going to entrust you with millions when you are starting up. So you must agree also to start small, because we don't want procurement failure, we don't want to lose our money, we want quality. So you agree to start small. If you are given stationery for 20,000, 30,000, prove yourself on quality, compliance with specifications, delivery time, you know, all those things. When you prove yourself continuously, we continue. I know I have one ICT vendor, a woman. She started with supplying one phone. But the way she supplied that phone made us entrust her with some laptops, and eventually she even got a contract of supplying like, I think there were 10 screens plus 20 laptops, many things. And today she has contracts all over UN. And just a referral, you know, people will send on the procurement working group, who can supply this in the shortest time, we refer her. Eventually she has made her own inroads through the UN. So start small, allow yourself to start small, don't usidharau hata hiyo kidogo, just then seek information. And finally register with all the mandatory documents. Yeah. So on the issue of training also, we don't always have to have a platform like this one to be able to train. If you reach out to us individually, send us an email, you need support in this and this, we are always available to support. As I said, I have a young man who is very capable called Jackson. He helps with registration of vendors. If you have registered and you have submitted a bid and you are unable to process the submission because it is online, he will call him, he will support you. So it doesn't have to be a platform like this one. We train all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I think we have done very well. They have spoken very well, and they have answered all our questions. Some of us were feeling frustrated. I think now we feel better. We have vented. I have also encouraged that you make sure that you have their contacts so that you can follow them after this. There was a question around agriculture. We just closed our Climate Smart Agriculture project in June of this year, and so we don't have anything in agriculture that is ongoing right now, but when we do get, our focus is arid and semi-arid areas. So the next time we get an agriculture program, maybe we'll be at the coast of Kenya. Yeah, so just to say that we have run out of time. Let's all move to the front of the building, I think somewhere behind this way for a picture, group picture. I know that we had a photo taken here, but we want another photo to be taken out there. Then we are going for lunch at Nyama Choma. I hope that it's Nyama Choma, yeah? Yeah. And then we have lunch vouchers with Esther, but Esther, can you distribute? Can you give some to Hillary? Where's Hillary? Give some to Dai, give some to Sharon, so that you have many people, yeah, to be able to distribute those vouchers. So can we come back, please, at 2:45? That means we are 45 minutes late, but let's come back at 2:45. Having said all those beautiful things, again, another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Yeah, sawa. So please, let's go and take the picture. As you're moving out of the doors, pick your voucher, go to the Nyama Choma place to eat, and then come back here at 2:45 on the dot. We want to start. Thank you very much. Our panelists are already here. Thank you.
Commit to the
J.R. John Kingston. Yo, beautiful girl. That's why it'll never work. You have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. See, it started at the park, used to chill after dark. Ooh, when you took my heart, that's when we fell apart. Cause we both thought that love lasts forever. Lasts forever. They say we're too young to get ourselves wrong. Ooh, we didn't care. We made it very clear. And they also said that we couldn't last together. Last together. See, it's very divine. You're one of a kind, but you mash up my mind. You are figure decline. Oh Lord, my baby is driving me crazy. I need to catch up with you. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all these beautiful.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello. Can I have your attention? Please, let's move out for the group photo, kindly. Let's get out for the group photo. Then we can proceed for lunch. Somebody's giving them at the door. Somebody's giving them out there. Let's kindly, everyone, let's move. Let's keep moving. Please. We have limited time left. Hello. Let's have our mini conversations out, please. I'm requesting. Kindly. Kindly, kindly, kindly. Hello. I'm still requesting us to move out for the group photo.
up. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please come. We wanted to start at 2:45. It's already 3. May I request the panelists to be seated at the dais already. We have our moderator here, Juanita Mramba. Yeah, so Juanita, ready yourself. The sooner we finish, the sooner we go home. Yeah, I know George is here. The other two, I don't know where the other two are. No, Alberta was around. She's been around since morning. Yes, okay, so then the other person is Grace Banya? It's fine. No, I'm not introducing. I'm just asking whether they are around. Yes, I'm just wondering where Grace is around, Alberta is here, Lady Judge is here. Then, yeah. Yes, okay, here. I'm just trying to call everybody, please. Let me ask somebody to go and call them for you. Yeah? Can you go back and bring people, please? Yeah. Okay. So I will introduce you to introduce your team. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anybody out there, please come, so that we can be done with this session. Let me see if there's anybody out there. Watu bado wanakula. Mkoje? How is it? Wow. Oh, somebody was looking for your details. Sijui kama alikupata? No, yeah, even Esther. You can give to Esther. One of these media people. You give to Esther. One of the media people was looking for. That we have. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, we are hoping that people pass through and buy something. Beautiful. Yes, please. We are running late. It's almost. Yeah, it's almost. Wow. Sasa kama yini mbeshanga? Kama sijaenda, I will make sure that I buy at least some. Yes. Some. Yeah. Bag kwa bag. Can you please ask people to come in? Ladies and gentlemen, I think if we wait for the rest of the people, we are going to be late. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce our moderator for the afternoon, Madam Juanita Mramba, who is the head of Sustainability East Africa Breweries Limited. Over to you, Madam. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, it feels like an empty room, but I know as time goes, we are going to have this room full in the next few minutes, hopefully, because, look, this is a very important session that we are coming to, and I don't know if, Esther, you can help me get people back, because this is very, very important, and I wouldn't really want, all these people to lose out on this. I usually say that it's a masterclass wrapped up within an hour. You don't get the people, the caliber of the people that are going to be here this afternoon all the time. So I feel that somebody talked about shortchanging. How do we make sure that people are not shortchanged? And I feel like we're shortchanging the people who are outside. So Esther, if you could help us bring people back. And it'll be good for, the audience actually to know who the panelists are, by the time they're coming back in. So, and I don't know if there are more people who can support us to get people back. I see a group of people still outside at the doors there. If you could kindly come in so that we can start. Ladies, I see quite a number of people outside. So if you can come in, it'll be great so that we can start. I can see the room is filling up. Yeah, that's good. Okay, I can see the room is filling up, which is great. And we are now at 3 o'clock on the dot. I think I'm going to start right now and really invite our panelists on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon I'd like to start by inviting our first panelist on stage. And she goes by the title of Honorable. She has more than 32 years experience in administering justice in Kenya, having signed the role of advocate in September 1989 and having first joined the judiciary as a magistrate in 1990. Her approach to leadership, ladies and gentlemen, is very unique. She is of servitude, that is what she goes by, and she has a special passion in advocating for the voiceless. That's very, very important, advocating for the voiceless. And she is currently a Queen Judge in Kenya, working at the Employment and Labor Relations Court, having been appointed to this role in 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our first panelist, Honorable Lady Justice Helen Wasilwa. Helen, karibu. And Honorable Judge, I request you to take the center seat, right here, karibu sana. And let's move on to our next panelist. Esther, I don't know if she has already been able to join us, and she is joining online. Very powerful lady here. She is an expert on human and labor rights, spanning a period of over 25 years. 25 years experience that we have in the room, and that's why I was saying earlier on that this is a masterclass that nobody can afford to miss. She has worked on gender equality and women's empowerment and is very, very passionate about women's rights and empowerment of the girl child, especially, I mean, it's exactly what we've been talking about here this morning. And her experience, ladies and gentlemen, spans over 12 African countries within the development organizations. This particular panelist has worked for organizations such as the UNICEF in Uganda, the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, and currently she is ILO's Chief Technical Advisor, managing a regional program on child labor, forced and human trafficking, covering Kenya, Uganda, and the East African Community Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, she's joining us online, and let's put our hands together for Miss Grace Banya. And last but not least, a very powerful lady as well, and she's worked in the field of gender violence for 18 years. Again, a lot of experience in this room. She has been involved in medical services and psychosocial support emergency response during the conflicts in South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mount Elgon, Tana Delta region, and she was also involved in the 2007-2008 post-election violence in terms of creating, harmony after that. And then also during the COVID-19 pandemic and the drought response program in 2011 in Kenya. She's done all that, ladies and gentlemen. And currently, she is the Executive Director, Gender Violence Recovery Center. This goes by the abbreviations of GVRC. And in addition to that, she is a co-chair of the National Anti-Gender-Based Violence Sector Working Group under the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ms. Albata Wambua, who is right here in the room. And as Ms. Albata gets on stage, allow me to build some context here on what we are going to be discussing this afternoon, which is really around the topic of gender-based violence and sexual harassment in the world of work. Ms. Albata, I'll request you to take that other seat there. Thank you very much. So allow me to set some context, because it is important for us to understand exactly where we are starting from, and what is it that we are trying to achieve and to do this afternoon. Now, statistics, general statistics around gender-based violence, from a global perspective, they show that 1 in every 3 women worldwide have been subjected to GBV. So if you look around us, 1 in 3 amongst us has actually gone through GBV. And the ages, when I was looking at this, very, very shocking, right from the age of 15. So as early as that, when these women, are still very young in their lifetime. And I think when we get closer to home, ladies and gentlemen, the statistics get more shocking. We are talking about Eastern and Southern Africa, whereby the numbers show that we are at 42% women in this part of the world having gone through GBV. And then when we get closer to home, the statistics get even more and more shocking. And in Kenya, actually, 36% of men believe that it is okay and it is justified, to do some sort of beating of their wives in certain circumstances. 36% of men believe that it is okay, for women to be beaten, depending on the circumstances. I find this very, very disturbing, but we'll get to hear more, from the experts that we have in the room. Now, let me narrow down to the topic of this afternoon, which is gender-based violence in the world of work. And here as well, there is some shocking statistics. You'll be very surprised that data shows that across the world, 35% of women fall victim to direct violence at the workplace. 35%. And this, we are not talking about the home setup. We are now talking about the workplace. But this afternoon, I would really like to say that it's not all doom and gloom. We have got a tool, if I may call it so, the C190, which you're going to hear more about. We've got Grace, who is on the line. And without wasting any more time, allow me to start first by directing the first question to Grace, who is from the ILO. She is joining us online. And Grace, this whole aspect of the C190, I think it's not very well known, and I'd like you to help us shed some light on what exactly is it, and what is its relevance in addressing GBV issues around the world of work. So tell us a little bit about it, and how is it really supporting to address matters to do with GBV at the world of work. Karibu, Grace.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Mulemba, for the warm welcome, and allow me to write on the protocol that has been built throughout the day. I know you started in the morning, and greetings from Kisumu, where I am at the moment. I'm speaking from Kisumu at the Tom Mboya Labour College. What a coincidence, and what a place to be when we are discussing Convention 190. My name is Grace Banya, and I work for the ILO, and I'm very, very happy to be at this launch meeting. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the ILO to congratulate UN Women through the UN Women Representative, Ms. Antonio Ngalaba, for a very great milestone that you have achieved today in partnership with the government of the United Arab Emirates. A really, really great strategy and partnership that you are creating for Kenya. So having said that, let me just quickly go into the topic of the day. I know I was requested to speak about Convention 190, and I won't go in too much detail, but just so that the audience and everybody in the room is able to get on the same page with what we are talking about. Convention 190 is one of the ILO conventions that have been ratified by a number of countries in our region. Uganda here in your neighborhood, as well as Rwanda, are the latest signatories or ratified countries that have ratified Convention 190. As you all know, the ILO is a labor standard setting old agency of the UN, one of the oldest agencies, and we're very happy to be able to share with you what this convention stands for. So particularly Convention 190 is a binding international treaty which was passed in June 2019 at the General Conference of the ILO. Governments that ratify 190 will be required to put in place necessary laws and policies to prevent and address violence and harassment at the world of work. So as a starting point, this convention is a tool that will actually support and protect women, particularly who face situations of violence and harassment at the place of work. I know Ms. Mulamba has talked about the shocking statistics globally or worldwide that speak about the fact that so many women experience GBV situations from as young as 15 years. And here we're looking at the global statistics that speak about all situations. But specifically for this afternoon, we'll be looking at the workplace, where me and you and all of us in the room, ladies and gentlemen, must have faced one or a number of situations of abuse. So the convention and its recommendation number 206 are international labor standards. So they fall into the gambit of all the standards that the ILO is custodian of, but also which it promotes countries that have not ratified to ratify this convention. And for your information, Kenya is one of the countries that has not ratified this convention. And we hope and pray that it will be ratified as soon as possible. As I said earlier, it's a binding treaty that creates obligations for countries that ratify. And so let's ask ourselves quickly, why is it needed? Because one, based on what statistics that Ms. Muramba has just projected for us, violence and harassment can constitute a human rights violation or abuse. And it does harm health, dignity, and well-being of everyone at the workplace. It threatens equal opportunities and is unacceptable and incompatible with decent work. So if we are promoting this decent work for all men and women in the world and in Kenya specifically, we need to be cognizant of the fact that violence at the workplace does create unacceptable and incompatible situations that oppose what we want as decent work for all. It also prevents persons, particularly women, from accessing, remaining, and advancing their labor market. So we are talking about advancing women's empowerment in all aspects and being able to access procurement opportunities, as this launch of this project was about. How is this going to happen when actually women's rights are being trampled upon by in situations of abuse and harassment? It also does not allow work environments to be free and more productive, because women oftentimes are very frightened to come to work because of what they face every day. Just to quote our Director General, and I quote, "Violence and harassment at work damages lives, livelihoods, whether in the workplace or in a public space, at home, and it's the most widespread human rights violation or abuse around the world." You may think there are other human rights abuses that are more than this, but I think looking at what it means for a household where, for example, you depend on the breadwinner being a female in the household and being threatened each day in, day out, and not able to go to work, it definitely is one of the places that we need to focus our attentions to. And so a range of unacceptable behaviors and practices or threats that occur at the workplace need to be looked at, both in terms of how they affect an individual physical, psychological, sexual, and economic existence, including the emotional challenges that women face. And one of these is gender-based violence, because violence that is directed at a person because of their sex or gender, it affects them disproportionately. And as we see, as we go forward in this discussion, we find that men, rather women and girls, are most affected. And so therefore tackling this issue, especially looking at the causes and risks that are impacted on the individuals, is very important. So who does this convention protect? Let's just quickly look at those who could be protected, especially in private or public workplaces, formal and informal economies, and both urban and rural areas where women are in the workplace. It protects workers in the world of work, of course. It does protect persons irrespective of their contractual status. So it does not matter whether you have a formal contract or you are working as in an informal setting. This convention does actually apply to all manner of contracts. It also protects persons that are in training, including interns and apprentices. As we know, all these are in the workplace, and oftentimes I think there are situations where interns are really taken advantage of because, one, they are young, they're inexperienced, and they could be doing their first-time job and not knowing what to do. So this convention does protect all of those, and those who are in employment as volunteers, job seekers, job applicants, and individuals who exercise the authority duties or responsibilities of an employer. So the convention actually requires that when member states that ratify the convention domesticate this convention, they should actually take into consideration that all these parties, all these people that I mentioned above need to be protected. So when we look at how violence and harassment occurs, again, we look at the different workplaces, both private and public spaces, which are named or recognized as a workplace, places where a worker is paid or takes a rest or break or a meal, in sanitary washing and changing facilities. And the reason I'm emphasizing this is that we are very, very aware that violence, harassment, abuse is actually taking place in all places in the workplace. So you can imagine you could be in a washing facility or a sanitary place. We have mothers or women who are of childbearing age. They could have a baby and they are at the workplace. You are feeding your baby. You seem to be in a protected area, and actually while abuse is taking place. So while work-related trips, travel, training events, or social activities, an event like this one where you are at, someone could be actually behind the scenes being sexually or abused and harassed. Through work-related communications, we all use emails, we use WhatsApp. There's a lot that is happening in that medium. Employer-provided accommodation, commuting to and from work. Remember, there are people who commute on buses that are owned by an enterprise or an organization. All those places need to be watched very, very carefully.
Grace,
Quickly.
Grace, allow me to request you to hold your thought right there, because we'll get back to that and get to hear more about, the infrastructure perspective of the, world of work. We'll get more into end-to-end, but what I like is that, you've given us a very extensive, coverage of what this convention is all about, covering staff members from the time that they join. You've mentioned the aspect of interns, volunteers, and so on and so forth. And I really like the fact that it's about really promoting a decent, working space. So hold that thought, and then we'll get back to you shortly. And allow me now to move to someone who is in the room, and this is Alberta, from GVRC. And Alberta, I just want you to paint a picture, in terms of how big, this issue is, in terms of, sharing data and trends on the prevalence of workplace, as well as, marketplace-related GBV. I mentioned some numbers there, but that was, from a global perspective. How does it look like when we come to Africa, when we come to Kenya? How big is this issue?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So yes, the issues of the workplace and the workplace and the marketplace related gender-based violence is both in the formal and informal settings. I'd like to paint a picture in reference to the Federation of Kenya Employers, FKE, in a 2022 survey that they did. And they mentioned that 1 in 4 women in formal employment reported experiencing workplace harassment, predominantly from supervisors and their colleagues. This was in the formal workspace. Again, also sexual harassment accounts for 40% of all the workplace GBV cases reported in urban areas. In the informal sector trends, I'll tell you about, for example, Gikomba and toy markets. 40% of women traders experienced harassment from customers, from fellow traders, but also from the market authorities. The majority of harassment again falls on younger women at 58%. And younger women here, I mean 35 years and below, and they experience both verbal and physical abuse. The economic costs, again, of gender-based violence, and this was a report by the World Bank in Kenya in 2021, This report says that GBV at the workplace costed the Kenyan economy more than 5 million, and this was resulting from absenteeism, from legal liabilities, reduced productivity, but also presenteeism, where people who come to work, of course, they're present, but they're not productive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberta. Quite some shocking statistics there, coming through. You mentioned, 48% verbal abuse. You mentioned about 40% sexual harassment. And also in the marketplace, you've given us an example of that as well. And I'd now like to turn the next question to Honorable Lady Justice Wasilo. You've heard about the numbers, you've heard the statistics, and you've heard what the convention is trying to do to alleviate this issue. The question that I have is, from a legal perspective, Honorable Lady Justice, how does Kenya's legal framework currently address workplace harassment and GBV in the economic spaces? Do we have laws, regulations, and how do those come across?
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be here this afternoon. So that I don't waste any time, I'll go straight to answer this question. How is our legal framework set up in Kenya? Does it really address these issues? Are we covered, or we are left to chance? And let me start with the mother of all the laws in Kenya, which is the Constitution of Kenya 2010, or the current law that we are using. And I'll go straight to the provisions in the law and submit that indeed the law is there for us. It is able to protect and help those ones who feel actually that they are being harassed in one way or another, and they can be able to run to the law, and the law will be able to protect them. Let me flip through a few of the provisions of the law just to make that submission and drive it home. Article 27 of the Kenya Constitution, this is the provision. Every person is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law. Equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedoms. Women and men have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities in political, economic, cultural, and social spheres. And of course, the law is indicating that there will be no discrimination. You not be discrimination just because of your color, social origin, health status, mental status, race, sex, pregnancy, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, dress, language, or birth. And I'm bringing out the issue of discrimination because it is about discrimination that these things come out. You are looked at lesser than the other. You are looked at inferior than the other opponent. And in that case, then, it means that you'll be treated differently, discriminated against, harassed, subjected to torture, and all forms of activities that are not right. And so that article is clear that this one should not happen. But let me go to the mother of all the articles, which we can use anywhere, whether it is in economic sphere, whether it is in the home front, whether it is at the workplace, wherever we are. Article 28 talks about human dignity. And the law provides as follows, that every person has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. When the judges and the magistrates are interpreting the law, when they are interpreting this article alone, they can talk about the whole world, about dignity. Because everything about human beings is about your dignity. If you are denied food, of course you may be forced to steal, and therefore you'll be called a thief. And therefore, being a thief, your dignity is lower. If you are denied a place to sleep, if you are denied a place to work, it all boils around dignity. And even the normal law, we may talk about the right to life. The right to life. Everybody has a right to live, not to be killed, not to be... that's why even the law that used to provide for a sentence of death has been declared unconstitutional. It's because no one should take away somebody's life. But when they take away your dignity, your right to feel that you belong, your right to eat, your right to work, your right to get that contract, your right just to feel a human being. Then we can talk about really the issue of being denied your rights. And in that case, the law is clear that you can be allowed to complain to court under Article 22, anybody. You don't need to be the one being subjected to that treatment. If I see Elizabeth there being subjected to torture, I should be able to stand up and say, I don't like the way Elizabeth is being treated. I don't like the way this woman in Gikomba is being treated. I should be able to stand up. We should be our brother's keeper or our sister's keepers, such that when there is an issue that you think you need to bring up, then you need to bring up because the law provides for that. And I can cite many, many other articles at your own time. Look at Article 56. Article 56 talks about the minorities. I don't know whether women were still the minority when it comes to economic empowerment, the subject we are discussing today. Are we still feeling we are marginalized? We cannot access the workspace. We feel that we are marginalized, we are treated differently at the workspace. Article 56 talks about minorities and marginalized groups and provides as follows. I'll go to 56B, that the state shall put in place affirmative action programs designed to ensure that minorities and marginalized groups, B, are provided special opportunities in education and economic fields. And C, are provided special opportunities to access employment. So assuming you are at the employment place and you are being harassed. You are being harassed by your employer. My sister here has talked about, Alberta has talked about the treatment of those people in the small places. You can imagine if it is at Kikomba, you are there, you really want to sell your vegetables, and somebody is harassing you. This is your life. This is your economic sphere. This is where you make your bread and butter. And we should be protected. And the law is saying that even there, you should not be subjected to SGBV or whatever harassment, any form of it, that will interfere with your getting your economic empowerment, what you need, your food, how to take care of your children, how to pay your rent. Everything just talks about the protection because you feel marginalized. You are there struggling with that man who has the muscle, will push you out of the small space where you want to lay your wares and sell them and tell you, no, you cannot put, you have to be protected. You can say, I came first. I came first. This is my space. You should be able to stand and say that. And the law is very accommodative in that area. If given a chance, I'll be able to bring out other areas. I've talked about the Constitution, but maybe I'll go into other areas and give examples of the nitty-gritties in terms of case law. What have we experienced in court on these issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lady Justice. You know, the law is very clear, is what we're being reminded about this afternoon. You've mentioned about Article 27, about, you know, every person is equal. Article 28, and also the right to complain and speak up, you know, as you've clearly brought it out in, you know, Article 22 there. So ladies and gentlemen who are here, you know, get yourself some time to actually go through these articles and get to know what your rights are. Because the law, as the Honorable Lady Justice has said, is very, very clear. Now, allow me to direct my next questions to Ms. Alberta. And for those who are not here when I was introducing her, she is the Executive Director of the Gender Violence Recovery Center. Unfortunately, she has to leave us in the next few minutes because she's got another engagement that she needs to attend to. You know, very quickly. But Alberta, before you leave, I'd like to direct two questions, you know, so that you can just cover both. We've heard about the convention, you know, 190 and what it does and what it advocates for. We wanted to find out this afternoon, how does the Gender Recovery Center work with policymakers, work with employers and other stakeholders to advocate for the implementation of that convention, you know, 119. And once you take us through that, I'd also want you to you know, get into a solution mode, because I don't think it helps anyone to just leave us with issues and problems and so on and so forth. in cases whereby there are issues, at the workplace and in the marketplace, how then does the Gender Violence Recovery Center provide support, to survivors who have gone through this? And remember our statistics, 1 in every 3 women, aged between 15 to 49 have actually gone through these issues at the, world of work. Ms. Albata.
Thank you. So the first one was how we work with policymakers, the employers and stakeholders, so I'll go to that right away. So one is by engaging the policymakers, and early in the morning, one of the ladies spoke about talk to us so that then you can understand what's happening and then you can get solutions for us. So one of the things is we supported the Ministry of Labor to conclude to work around this and understanding the C-190. Again, also participation in drafting workplace harassment prevention frameworks. So we've done this for a number of government institutions, for corporates, commodity sectors. Some of them, as you know, we have to sign very long NDAs, so I won't mention them. But this has been trying, doing assessments, understanding, what's happening, get policies in place, cascading the same, getting effective response mechanisms within the organizations, and also providing that support when violence happens, and I'll speak to that later. But again, also partnership with employers. So currently we are working with over 50 employers, and I'll give an example of some of the case studies, even those that we've not supported directly, and developing GBV toolkits used to train, for county governments and so forth also. Again, also public awareness campaigns. We are here, all of us today, during 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. We're discussing gender-based violence. Since morning, we've also spoke, apart from all this, we've also spoke about the unpaid care work. I was just listening in and I was just reflecting and thinking about even the forms of violence we see at the center, where we support over 4,000 survivors of gender-based violence on average. There's also economic violence, where women would come in for treatment, they've been abused physically, emotionally, and so forth, and they'll tell you, I'm not allowed to go to work. That's also then not getting them into these spaces. So part of the solutions, I'll talk about prevention, and then again, if the violence happens, what happens? So the market level anti-harassment policies, again, I'll take you to Gikomba. So Gikomba actually got a peer-led conflict resolution mechanism, and this was, it actually recorded 30% of reduction of harassment cases within 2 years. So these are, committees that would create awareness, that would have conversation when it happens and follow through. I'll give you another example. EABL, I need to declare that I've not been coerced. It was out of my own to market for them. They've done an amazing job. They've trained over 3,000 employees, sensitized them on gender-based violence. I found it very interesting when I was checking out, and I realized they have very interesting policies. And I'll tell you a few of them. I'll mention a few of them to you. They have the human rights policy, they have a sexual harassment policy, and they have a dignity at work policy, just in line with what Lady Justice was talking about in the Constitution. I mean, that's impressive. On top of that, they actually have guidelines on domestic and family abuse guidelines. I was very impressed, So one is about acknowledging that it's happening. It happens. And I keep saying that when you have gender-based violence, even as we're here, we are survivors, and some of us are also perpetrators. True? So it's not pretending that when I'm at work, Alberta is a different person from when I'm at home. It's both, it's all of us coming from the same society. So creating these frameworks even at the workplace. And even if I'm abused at home, we talked about presentism and low productivity, there's no I'm going to be an A performer at the workplace. True? Yeah, so that's some of the things that are very impressive and one of the few examples. Another one, yes, I talked about that. So what happens when violence happens? I talked about having a response mechanism that's functional. And it's not just about creating new things. It's about going to that space, that workspace. What's there that's already working that you can then build onto those structures? In one of the institutions we work with, for example, they have creche, and they have workers there. And the idea was, after creating all those policies, response mechanism, they had a security, way of reporting security matters, making sure that it's safe, giving them alternative reporting mechanisms, sensitizing everyone. At times the violence happens and people do not even know that they're violating or being violated. Having conversations, peer conversations. So we'd have dialogues where we'd sit in safe spaces and just discuss. Discuss gender-based violence, discuss what's happening. We cannot be living like we don't exist. So currently, for example, there's femicide going on. Are we having those conversations, in our workspaces? And then, when the violence happens, how safe are they in confidence to be able to report? If it's those creches I was talking about, how then do you empower, for example, the workers in that space, or in the clinics at the workspaces, to be able to have safe identification? So, an example, at GVRC, there's GVRC, yes, and there's the Nairobi Women's Hospital. Clans could come to Nairobi Women's Hospital, but not declare or not say that they're coming because they are violated. Someone tell you, I fell on the stairs, down the stairs, yet it was a black eye. So how are you able then to identify safely and provide that support? Again, there are toll-free numbers. There are different ways that you could report. There are toll-free numbers. There's 1195, which is a national toll-free number under State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. You can call GVRC, and there are many places to report. So what's the center doing? Over 23 years, we've supported over 65,000 survivors of gender-based violence. Some of them are coming from these workplaces. Some of these organizations would call and say, we don't know what to do. Can we send them over to you, even just for counseling or medical treatment? So there is then that support even for psychosocial support. Then we have the legal aid clinic. We have temporary shelters. Sometimes they're not able to go back home. So we have temporary shelters, and there are also long-term shelters that we are supporting to establish in 13 counties, over 16 of them. Again, male engagement programs. Getting men as allies, so that then you're not just there all the time saying, oh yeah, the men did. And again, we're in a space where even listening through from morning that men have that access and control. So how do you have male champions within the workspaces? And we had a couple of them actually sharing in the morning. Youth-centric dialogues, samaki mkunje angali mdogo, yeah? So how do we start that socialization when people are younger? So GVRC, we have school programs where we then would educate about the human rights, the mutual respect, so they're peer clubs, they're called King and Queen clubs that would discuss all this. And then survivor-centered dialogue. So we also have support groups that provide this support. Earlier, I think Grace even talked about how also making the workspaces conducive. We've gone to commodity sectors and having discussions and follow through, realize we need to light up the space. Simple things. At some point you realize the way the housings are done, it's not convenient. So you're in a one room, and then these are two different families. My brother comes over to visit, they have to go and sleep with the other man, in the other next room, and we follow through, and there's a lot of this violence, for example. So some of those things. So how do you do that? And in one of the commodity sectors, even creating awareness, having those town halls, they had like social halls. How then do you go and have conversations? And it's simple, just communicating and conversations. Thank you.
Well, let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Alberta Wambua. The solutions are there, as you have heard, and they range from, having frameworks, at the workplace, very, very important there. And I must tell you that I did not speak to her before this. I am from EABL myself. She did her own research around that. So, so very happy to hear, that you've highlighted some of the policies and frameworks that we have in place. I can just add one more, that we also have what we call Thriving at Menopause guidelines, something that we won an award for. When we reach a certain age, then, somehow we are sidelined, et cetera, but that's not the case for East African Breweries Limited. Women thrive from the time they join the organization to the time that we retire. So thank you very much, Ms. Alberta, and also really highlighting about, sensitization, creating awareness, and that is exactly what we are doing here this afternoon. I don't know how many knew about what the great work that is being done under the Gender Violence Recovery Center. Unfortunately, she has to leave now, but I'm sure you can get her contacts, from the UN Women, and you can follow up and get more information around that. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's give a big round of applause for Miss Alberta Wambua, who is the Executive Director of the Gender Violence Recovery Center, even as she makes her way out. And we really thank you for having made time, to be here with us up to this time, Ms. Alberta. Now, allow me to go back to Grace, who is joining us online. And Grace, still there exists challenges. We've got the C-190 Convention. We've got all the work that is being done, by the Gender Violence Recovery Center. But there's still challenges, they're still prevalent. And the question that I have for you this afternoon is, what specific challenges does the ILO foresee in addressing GBV, gender-based violence, in Kenyan workplaces and markets, and how can they be mitigated? I know you took us through, what the C-190 Convention is all about and what it's doing. But again, challenges remain. What is it that can be done? Grace, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And thank you to the panelist that has just left. And I think she made my work very easy. Because she started off with reference to Convention 190 and the creation of awareness around it and its importance. So I'm very grateful that through that institution, they're able to actually promote the convention, but also educate the workers and employers around it. Going to the challenges, yes, you are right, they still remain. One, first of all, Kenya has not ratified the convention, so that's a huge challenge, and we hope that over time, the convention will be speedily ratified. And that's not to say that there's no other protections that are available. And the Lady Justice did mention some of the major laws and legislation that exist in the country that are providing protection for women, especially, that are harassed and abused at the workplace. So one of the major ones is that, first of all, we are looking at both the formal and the informal places of work. It's while your company, for example, moderator, is doing great things, and I'm very, very impressed about what you have done and what you've put in place. Especially this last one that you mentioned, the thriving at menopause. That one we need to really give a big round of applause for your company. I think it's the first time I've heard of such a policy. So the formal places, I think it's easier to monitor and actually set up these policies and enforce them. So the main challenge that we still face is the informal sector, where most of the women are in business, both small and medium enterprises, the majority. And those are very, very difficult places. The markets that you are talking about, the small mama bogas that are selling their vegetables in Gikomba, how do you actually even create awareness around that? Matters that is happening, there is a lot that needs to be done around those spaces, economic spaces, workplaces, that the convention recognizes, because wherever one is making a living is a workplace, and therefore they need to be protected. The other big challenge is the lack of awareness, and the previous presenter spoke about the fact that abuse and harassment could be happening around you and you're not even aware, as an employer, as an employee, and the victim yourself. You maybe do not realize that you're actually being harassed and abused. And so that goes with failure to report the cases. And this is caused, one, by the fact that victims are afraid of reporting because they fear further re-victimization, but also the fact that you don't want to lose your job. Even in a formal workplace, how many people are able to report abuse and harassment at the workplace? Even in our agencies, the UN agencies, There are so many cases that go unreported, and simply because people are afraid of their job, of losing their jobs, but also to be further harassed because the relationship between an employer and the employee is such that you are on tension all the time. And yet the workplace should be a place where there's freedom of association in all aspects and being able to speak up and be given platforms where cases can be reported. Where there are systems in place, the whistleblowing mechanism is still not enforced because, again, the whistleblowers are afraid for themselves. So there needs to be work around those areas to give platforms for employees and employers, conversely, to be able to free to speak out and follow through the cases of gender-based violence and sexual harassment at the workplace. The other one is inadequate supervision or inspection of the workplaces. As you know, we have such people as labor inspectors, occupational safety and health inspectors that inspect workplaces. Again, this takes me back to the same issue I talked about. Are they able to get to all the workplaces, both formal and informal? And leave alone the fact that they are initially not able to go to informal workplaces to look at what is happening. So this needs to be stepped up. I think currently in the country, because we do work with the Ministry of Labor, there are only 47 or so labor inspectors, one for each of the counties. And you can imagine some counties are bigger than others. Nairobi, for example, Nakuru, Kisumu here where I am. These are very, very big counties that have huge industrial setups and enterprises that need to be inspected all the time. And then, of course, women and girls, lastly, being taken advantage of in a typically male-dominated economy and spaces where a lot of the time women undergo forced labor and they are not able to speak up. And so these are some of the future challenges. And I think lastly and most importantly, the fact that we have laws, are they enforced? Are they actually enforced to be able to reach every victim? And if so, why do we have all these shocking statistics and numbers that are blowing out for Kenya, for sub-Saharan Africa and Africa in general? Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, for highlighting, those challenges there. And very soon you're going to get into solution mode as well. So, so please, be prepared for that. But in terms of lack of awareness, allow me to just give to request all of us to give a big round of applause, to UN Women, because it is forums such as this that help us to understand the tools and the laws and the frameworks, that are in place. So UN Women, we thank you very much, for bringing us together, for the whole of this day. And I think, the whole aspect of having platforms where people can speak out and speak up, that's a call for us, who are in the formal sector. And I'm sure there is something that is also being done for the informal sector as well, so that people can have platforms where they can raise any issues, that are coming up. And moving back to you, Honorable Lady Justice, again, we're still on the theme of, challenges, that are being faced. And here we're looking at once somebody has gone through, GBV, what challenges do these survivors face, in accessing justice for workplace harassment and GBV? And number two is really, how can courts ensure that legal processes are survivor-centered, but at the same time also take care of the interests, of the various organizations? So creating that balance, how is that covered in the legal framework?
Thank you. Challenges that we face in addressing this issue of GBV. The first one I could say is that there's a lot of ignorance. And I'm glad you started off by thanking the UN women. I join you in thanking the UN women for bringing the women together so that these matters can be discussed. So many times you have the provisions of the law. They are available. You don't know about it. You don't know how to go about reaching a place of help. And then the law is useless to you because you can't have it. I am told there is a saying among us, the Kambas, that you only enjoy the crown if it is on your head. But if it is put aside, it is a crown, it is yours, but it's not going to help you. So it is important that we have the law, but the challenge is that many people are ignorant of this area. People just fear addressing issues legal. They think it's a complicated issue, yet reading the law as it is in the book is in black and white. So I think that's a challenge, and many women need to come out, engage with the law and understand just what is really happening. If you don't know, ask your neighbor, ask the next person. They'll be able to let you know. Another thing that I think is a challenge then in addressing this issue, even at the workplace, is the issue of being laid back. You know the law, you know how you can get help, but you are afraid. You are laid back, you are wishing somebody will just come to help you, but you are doing nothing. You are just sitting there. You are being harassed and you are not speaking up. And allow me to give this example of I hope there is nobody who works in the tea sector here, of what happened in Kericho the other day. The exposure, the BBC exposure. Everybody knew that there is a problem in the tea sector. Everybody knew, it was like it was common knowledge, but nobody was talking until BBC came up to do the investigation and then released their report on BBC. The police are there in Kericho. We have supervisors, we have managers. How come this matter never really reached them? So people knew they have this right, but they never spoke. It becomes very, very difficult to really get help if you know your rights and you are not actively engaging to get to a place where you can be able to receive help. This exposure, the matter is in the common knowledge, is now in the public sphere. Everybody knows what happened. If you don't know, you can engage. I've had occasion to deal with some of the cases that happened in the tea sector, such that there are women, even more than 3, saying, I've experienced what BBC is saying. 7 women have gone through the same hands of the same man who has been harassing them. You want this promotion, you need to bow down. You need to move and be given preferential treatment, less work, and be given the money. You need to toe the line. Yet these women had been keeping quiet. What was happening? The issue of lying down, sitting on your rights. It's a high time that the women were able to speak up. When there is an issue, let somebody know about it so that you can be able to get help. There's the issue of, you talked about access to justice. I think that was the second part of the question, access to justice. How can women really then move forward and access justice in where they feel that their rights have actually been curtailed? I may say that the judiciary currently, I don't know what, maybe you'll give us your scorecard and tell us how we are performing. But allow me to blow the trumpet of the judiciary and indicate that the judiciary is more responsive to access to justice. We have courts all over in all the counties. We have special magistrates who are handling gender-related violence cases. The time within which this matter should be handled is limited. It is a short time, you get there and the matter is heard. It's not that time where you'll just be exposed to the courtroom sitting there and everybody is hearing your story. This is what you are telling me, I think, about what you are talking about, victim-centered justice, whereby when you go to court, you don't need to be exposed. These matters will be handled in camera. There are special courts that will handle the matter. You'll need to express yourself and you'll be heard. There are other opportunities you can have, whether you want, we have alternative justice systems. you have mediation, whatever other method you think you will use to get justice, they are available. And therefore, I think in that era then, there is victim-centered justice. The issue of the speaking off camera. Many times when kids come to court especially, they'll be put in a box which is opaque in that they can see, but they cannot be seen. They cannot be seen, such that they'll be addressing the court and they can see the perpetrator. The perpetrator cannot see them, so that they can, when you are looking at your perpetrator like this, he's going to make faces and even threaten you with the eye. Yeah? But now with that, I can say the courts are more victim-friendly. They want you to express yourself and be able to receive help. I don't know that I've answered that question exhaustively. Maybe I've forgotten something, but I think those were some of the challenges I think people are facing, and I think we can engage with the law and get help. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lady Justice, and it's really great to hear those survivor-centered, legal processes that are in place, whereby, you don't have to be exposed. And I think it ties back to what you're saying, that, we should stop being laid back. And many a times I hear people saying ignorance is bliss. What you don't know doesn't really hurt you. But what we're hearing here, the message is very loud and clear that ignorance is not bliss, when it comes to these issues to do with gender-based violence. So thank you very much, Honorable Justice. And I know that we are running out of time, but I am just going to do the last round of questions. And let me get back to Grace, who is on the line, and we are now more on the solutions mode. We've had the challenges and some solutions have been given here and there, but we now want to just cement the solutions aspect, of this discussion this afternoon. And I hope you're all awake, to my right. I can't see you well. I'm, covered by the podium here, but I hope you're all awake and we are enjoying this discussion. Earlier on, when most of you were not in the room, I was saying that this is a masterclass. You come here and within 1 hour, you get so much information. I have certainly, learned a lot so far. And heading back to you, Grace, and again, really looking at the solutions here, what tools does the ILO have and resources that support national governments and employers in aligning their policies with the Convention, 190? What support is there for these groups of stakeholders?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mulemba, for that question. Allow me to answer it in two parts. I look at the solutions related to aligning the national laws and policies with Convention 190. Then I also give some of the solutions that are directly related to women's empowerment. So like I mentioned earlier, Convention 190 adopts an inclusive, integrated, and gender-responsive approach in that it protects those that are in all sectors, informal and informal economy, urban and rural areas. It addresses violence and harassment through labor equality and non-discrimination, and addresses discrimination and abuse of power relations and gender norms, so that it can support violence and harassment and mitigate its harmful effects. So really ratifying this convention will go a long way to impact the world of work, because it recognizes gender-based violence and its effects, but also it has reasonably practical ways to mitigate impact. So one of the things and the tools that ILO provides is that, first of all, it promotes ratification and application of all the labor standards. It also helps countries to go through the process of domestication of national laws and policies to align with the convention. And here the ILO does provide support, both technical and financial support, to the the Ministry of Labor, but also the workers and employers representations. And at the level of enforcement and remedies, we also are involved in conducting research to support policy implementation. And also we support workers to ensure they access justice at the workplace by advocating for workers' rights. We provide technical support in dispute resolution mechanisms to try and help the government of Kenya to benchmark on other places that have, succeeded in framing and developing dispute resolution mechanisms, as well as complaint mechanisms for victims, and ensure that domestic violence is mitigated and its impact at the workplace is lessened. So in terms of the other solutions that I can give that are directly related to the women themselves, I would propose that women entrepreneurs, because they have reproductive and productive roles, it is important to locate economic activities not too far from home to allow for a good balance between home and work, and activities to be planned in a manner that allows women to undertake other roles, for example, afternoon skills training, childcare, and being able to concentrate on their businesses, as well as making sure that additional barriers that affect women in progressing in their empowerment are dealt with. These are really more to do with attitudes and perceptions of communities about women's empowerment, and then the domination of men in the women's life as to provide an opportunity for men to play a positive role. In terms of development, as we know that a significant portion of women entrepreneurs are usually left behind because they have to do the work-life balance. So to provide platforms for women to flourish in their businesses as well as in the other aspects of their lives. And also really to invest in women as agents of change. And I'm happy that the women entrepreneurs, business women are in the room because they do impact on economic and social change, environment protection, and we need to give them the space to be able to thrive in these areas. And this also, goes for the rural women, those that are faced with very many challenges to access skills training, access to credit for business development, services and markets. Because evidence shows that the more we empower women and provide, space for them to grow, the greater the multiplier effect and return on investment, leading to greater levels of productivity, savings, greater investment in health, education, and generally a contribution to the economic growth of any nation. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Grace. Let's give a big round of applause. And I was reading somewhere that this Convention 190 is one that has been fastest ratified by 44 countries so far. So great work there by the ILO. We can give them another round of applause, for ensuring that has been done. But I also really like the solutions that you're speaking about, Grace, with regards to technical and financial support, to the Ministry of Labor and worker representatives or representation organizations, which is really, really great. I think if you had time, I would have asked them more around how do you then support women to ensure that their economic activities are not too far from where they live. I don't know how practical that is, but again, I think we can save that for another day. But also, I think I like what you've highlighted with regards to having, men play a positive role. And, Alberta, when she was here, she talked about having men as allies. I see there's some few men in the room, so let's give them a big round of applause. They're still here. Having men as allies, is very, very important. So thank you for being with us up to this time. And Honorable Lady Justice, this question, I've saved it for you. it's the last question of the panel discussion this afternoon, and you're here to give us the verdict, if I may put it so. But the question is really around where do we go from here? And how do we stem GBV, especially now that this issue of, femicide and GBV is very topical, in our country? Please give us the verdict.
Thank you. Where do we go from now? I've had my sister Grace speak, Alberta spoke. I'm sure some of the solutions have already been mentioned by them as they spoke. But I've talked about the issue of not speaking up, being laid down. You know there's a problem, but you are afraid to speak up. Definitely one thing that we must do as women here and beyond is to speak up. You cannot afford just to be harassed and you keep quiet. I've already indicated that the law is there. It is progressive, it is supportive. But it is useless unless you use it. We have the policies at the workplace, and if they are not there, and you are in any workplace, and those policies on gender, ways of managing gender-based violence at the workplace, having the sexual harassment policies not there, you need to rise up and do it. You must just wake up and do it, because it is only in speaking up that this thing will be stemmed down. Unfortunately, statistics have shown that many, many women who are like the ones in this room, you and me, who have gone to school, are the ones who are being harassed behind the scenes. They are quiet, they are not speaking up. They'll be beaten, come with a black eye and say, actually, I hit myself in the bathroom. Yet the truth is clear. I urge you to speak up. We have had many cases of femicide in the recent past. Many, many of our daughters, many women have been killed. And the culprits are bragging, they say they know how to handle it. Because the women never speak. You go through a challenge and you don't speak about it. So please, one issue, speak up and get help. Number two, we have very many players when it comes to issues of managing gender-based violence. We have players, our brothers here in the room, but we have the police, they are players. We have the AG's office, the DPP, we have the Ministry of Gender, we have all those players. They always must come together and speak together and find solutions. In the judiciary, we call it the CUCs, Court Users Committees, the Court Users Committees. These Court Users Committees involve the Chief Justice from the national level, the Chief Justice chairs this committee. But in that committee where the Chief Justice chairs, we have the AG, we have the ODPP, we have the Ministry of Gender, we have the Law Society of Kenya, we have everybody who interacts with the law in that committee. But it cascades and comes down. And down we have maybe the magistrate in charge of the court station, the prison officer in there, the police officer, the OCS. They keep talking and finding out how do we manage this thing. So another thing is to really empower these committees because they play a big role. You can imagine the Chief Justice may not know what is happening in Lodwar, but if the committee in Lodwar sat and discussed these things, the report always goes to the Chief Justice. Then whatever is happening will be discussed at the national level. So I think the empowerment is there, and we need to engage. The last solution I could say, again, going forward, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. When you know, you are helpful. The book says that ignorance, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And we will say that here in knowledge is power. If you have the knowledge, it will be very helpful to know how to handle these matters. You have the problem, and you know the law, you know where to go. You don't sit back and say, I didn't know I could get help there. I didn't know so-and-so could help me. Get the knowledge, get the education, get moving, and get help. That's what I could say. Thank you.
What a powerful close to this panel discussion this afternoon. Honorable Lady Justice, you've really reiterated around speaking up. You know, you actually repeated it twice, which is great, and you know, really the whole aspect of knowledge is power. But allow me to close by a quote that I would like to attribute to you, you know, given what you've just said. The law is useless unless you use it. Thank you very, very much to our panelists this afternoon. I want to believe that we've got a few minutes for questions, one or two perhaps. Any questions before we bring this to a full close? I see a hand right here. I think Esther will help me to pass the microphones around. Anyone on this side? I think I may want to stand.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, why hasn't Kenya ratified the C-190 convention? What's holding it back? And what's been made, you know, what's being done to make sure that at least they ratify it?
Thank you so much. I'm Professor Ngare from Kenyatta University. I have one or two questions, actually comments. My main concern is women's, safe spaces in the non-formal employment places. Institutions that are formal, like the one I work for, have structures to address GBV, which are still not actually sometimes adhered to. But when you come to the informal sector, especially you have mentioned the market space in Gekomba, Marigiti, and all that, I still see those women very vulnerable. And I have not heard even the legal or even the area speaker who spoke and left, what exactly can be done to those women. She mentioned committees, but I didn't hear you say how they are integrated within the legal processes. The other one is a comment that when you said, Madam, the Justice, that people are not talking. I think what happens, like the Kericho case, they are talking but to the wrong channels, and when we think no one is talking, in fact, everyone is talking. I know in institutions where there is GBV, sometimes even from the top down, everyone is talking about it. It's just that we are not doing the correct talking, and maybe this is something we may have to think about as women and as activists of GBV. How can we make the talk get to the right people? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Emma from the National Treasury. I want to make a comment and maybe for us women to think through how we need to end these gender-based violence. And my observation from where I come from is that women, we seem to be our own enemies. How, whenever you find that there is an issue to do with gender-based violence, behind the curtain, there is a woman. How, yes, we are trying to empower the woman so that they can be independent, but how can we insist on making sure that women, we are friends, the way men are friends, can women be friends to each other so that whenever we do not hear there is a woman behind the curtain. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mercy. I come from Bomet County. So I've been working around Nairobi County for the last, can we say 3 months. Gender-based violence have been up and down, and the case that went viral was Roysamu. If some of us had that case, the lady that was chopped into pieces, and the person behind was from Nigeria. He's a Nigerian man. The other case is an Ethiopian person who is killing people around the Isili area. And last incident, around 3 weeks ago, we met a man who was really drunk, and he's a foreigner. So the man was trying to cause drama here and there. We went to him, we asked him what's the problem, and the guy said he came from his country to Kenya for an internship. Later on, he made some friends. Everything was stolen. He don't know how to go back to his country. And the man was like, I miss my people, so I cause drama here and there so that I can be deported. I go back to my country. And so we related, like, if these men are killing our people in the name of they want to go back to their country, and we are here championing gender-based violence, how do we help these foreigners to maybe to do the voluntary deportation? Because the man claimed that deportation in Kenya doesn't work. So they cause dramas and incidents like that, trying to gain attention for our government to maybe to do what is right. So how will we help them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My concern is a member has mentioned that women are speaking, they are talking, but to the wrong channel. I'm leading a flagship in CSAYN, Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network, called WASA, and we are looking on how we can protect women in the space of agriculture. And one thing that we have come up with is an app where you can text anything that is you feel like you are uncomfortable with. So my concern is to our panelist, Lady Justice, how do we integrate such so that it can be able to help other women in other sectors? Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm from Glory Christian, and I'm still a student, but I've been doing my internship in Glory Christian. And you see, like in the universities, we get a lot of people who are being abused there because you don't have a voice as a student most of the time. So the lecturers take advantage of you. And there is a lot of judgment even when you go and talk about it outside. People will be like, you wanted it to get some favors. So how do you help someone who is like afraid of speaking out because of like the judgment they may face among the community, especially as a student?
Thank you very much. I would also want to just echo that our experience at the Kenya Medical Women's Association, we have documented a lot of harassment or GBV at the universities amongst young women. I think that is something that we have analyzed, and we have clear data. We have a redress system for medical young students that comes through Kenya Medical Women's Association. But then my question goes to Grace. Grace, fantastic job at ILO. I'm an ILO trained person on policy discrimination at the workplace at Turin. I'm sure you're working with one of my daughters also she's in Geneva. But what I wanted to ask is the C190 and Resolution 206, is it addressing the cross-border or transnational workplace-related GBV? I have in mind the girls that we are taking to many places to look for employment. Right now, there's a policy of taking Kenyans to work abroad. And if our own frameworks do not work, is it something that we could lean on? Should we do advocacy to have it ratified as soon as possible? So I wanted just to be helped to highlight that so that we can know. But I wanted also to say that vulnerability at the workplace.
need an analysis. Each workplace environment has its own vulnerability. And I think before even we begin to blanket the workplace GBV issue or harassment and putting redress mechanisms, whether they are committees, where they're confidential reporting mechanism, we need to begin to contextualize and look at the workplace, the uniqueness of a workplace and what it does. Because I think in the analysis that we've done in several of the countries that we support, that is an issue. So thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Lady Justice Helen, and the other panelists for the insight. My question, actually, I'm directing it to Lady Justice Helen. It's on protecting the witness and the family of the survivors of gender-based violence, especially during the litigation process. Is there a legal framework that protects? Because in most cases, you'll find a lot of threats, especially if the perpetrator is someone who is senior. And in this place, we are talking about workplace, and we've been told that in most cases, you'll find maybe the supervisors, people who are at a higher ranking, they're the ones who commit the violations. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Catherine Karanja. I want to ask, when we talk of GBV, there is also sometimes the issues of children involved becoming victims of GBV and even sexually being molested. But we find many times the cases of children are not really properly addressed, especially in the initial stage, because I find so many times people, especially where it is parents who are involved or close relatives, because there is that cover-up to save the family. And so you find that the victim is forced to continue staying in the same home where they have been violated, and probably even the perpetrator is still there. So I want to know how the law is expanding. I don't know how to put it very well, but how are these victims protected, and the sensitization that goes into sensitizing children for self-protection? Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, allow us to first take these questions. We've got 9 of them, and then we will come to others, after this. And I've clustered them, some that are addressed specifically to Grace, and some that are addressed to you, Honorable Lady Justice. If you allow us, let's start with the ones that have been asked to Grace. And the first one, Grace, is really around the ratification aspect. Why is in Kenya on that list? And then also please address the whole aspect of the women. Yeah, thank you. Address the whole. I think we're having some technical challenges. If the production team can help us. Perhaps Grace will request you to go on mute.
Okay, can I come in, Ms. Mulemba? Can you hear me?
Yeah, please proceed,
Hello,
Grace.
can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the 2 questions, and kudos to the people who asked them. I'll start with the one on ratification. Yes, you are right. Kenya has not ratified Convention 190 on violence and harassment. The reason is because for countries to ratify, there has to be consensus built across the government, workers, representatives, and employers. And in this case, there's been a lot of advocacy and promotion work around Convention 190. I think well before I even joined the ILO. But one of the reasons has been that the country has integrated the principles of the convention in its domestic laws. For example, the domestic laws that Her Excellency, the Justice Helen spoke about, and because the intensity and the prevalence of domestic harassment and violence is on the increase, there's been really a force to get it ratified. And I just want to let you know, the person who asked the question, that Kenya has actually described a roadmap towards ratification. If you recall, the president's last speech at the Labor Day in May this year and the previous year, he actually has, as top of the agenda, ratification of Convention 190 and 189 on domestic workers. So it is coming, and it's a process. It does take time, but we are really hoping and keeping our fingers crossed that it will be ratified soon. So there is a technical committee that has been put in place to proceed with the ratification. And I want to combine my answer to the second question from the lady that asked about Convention 190 and Resolution 260, whether it covers cross-border transnational GBV. And thank you for recognizing the work that the ILO has done. Together with the Resolution 260 is a binding international treaty, and it creates obligations for ratifying states. Say, for example, the states in the Gulf, where most Kenyan women go, have ratified this convention. They will be bound by the obligations for having ratified this convention. That's one. Secondly, when these women who are labor migrants cross over into these other countries, supposedly they are sent by employment agencies. And Kenya has what they call bilateral labor agreements with some of these countries, for example, Saudi, Jordan, I can't remember the other one, a few of the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, I think Qatar, if I'm not mistaken. So those labor agreements, bilateral labor agreements, also have some protections in there that protect women who cross borders to work in other jurisdictions. So if any women in that category is sexually harassed and abused at the workplace, then they are obliged, although I know that this is not being done because most of these women actually do go through horrifying experiences, some even to the point of death. So in terms of whether this convention covers cross-border jurisdictions and GBV transnationally, I would say yes for those countries that have ratified the convention. Those that have not, of course, if they have legal instruments that are national, they are supposed to protect them. But then again, the question is, who is there actually to fight for them? Because most of these are either working in the household where all this is taking place without anybody knowledge. And even some of the women, like the lady justice said, are not shouting out until they actually are in big, big trouble. So what we see, just a tip of an iceberg. I hope I did answer you. Did I leave out any other question, Ms. Muramba?
I think you've covered ones that I had captured for you as well, Grace. Thank you very much. And the rest actually are for Honorable Lady Justice. I've just clustered them into three areas. Number one is protection of witnesses. Somebody asked around how can they speak up, how can survivors be helped to speak out without the fear of being judged. And connected to that question is, some of these survivors are forced to live with, in the same families whereby they've been violated. So that is one area, if you could cover those two together. There was a big concern or question around femicide and, women being killed by people who are not from this country. And, is there a law around that and how do we address that? And then the third, which is, around partnerships, was with regards to a solution. And there's an app that is available, and women can actually send a message. How then can that be integrated? So just those three themes, Honorable Lady Justice.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me answer can you hear me? Let me answer the last question on the issue of the app that can be used, which was raised by our male champion here. There is an app where you can call the number for help. I think that's a very good thing that is happening, that you can call that number and get it. But how many women know about that number? How easy can they know that this is the position? And I think my sister Alberta mentioned the issue of the market committees, the groupings that we have. I think women know how to do their things with groups. They express themselves more in groups, the Nyumba Kumi style, that you know so-and-so, you know so-and-so. And women, unlike men, we talk about our stuff. If somebody knows so what, yeah, it is their problem if they think you shouldn't have said. So the issue of women really being their friends, and that was also raised somewhere, the issue of women being friends, such that you have somebody you can talk to who can also talk to another one. The chain will continue and then there'll be help. So apart from that issue of the app, I think the issue of being together, knowing what is happening to your neighbor, being your sister's keeper is still coming up again. And in that way, then that matter can be resolved. Quickly, let me go to the issue of the matter of the male who are foreigners and they're actually killing our children, our daughters, in the pretense of, I want to be your friend, they are cheating them, they are strangling them, and things like that. And I think, Madam, you mentioned that they want to leave the country. Can they be given voluntary deportation orders and things like that? I think, again, who knows this information? Who knows that that is the position? Without the police knowing, they cannot even go and make the applications before court. The immigration department, the one that does the deportation, cannot even proceed and do it because they don't know that this is the position. And that's why I talked about the issue of letting the information go out there. Talk about, say, these men, instead of letting them stay here, and they don't want to stay here because they want to go, let them just go so that we can have relative peace around us. So I think the issue of talking is important. The law does not segregate whether you are a foreigner or not. So long as you are in this soil and you commit an offense, you'll be handled by the law of Kenya. Yeah, even if you are Ugandan, you cannot say, me a Uganda, let me go and be handled by the law of Uganda. You'll be handled here because the law says that you are handled by the law where the offense was committed. So that one must be spoken about. Let me talk about witness protection. We have a regime covered under the Witness Protection Act, which protects witnesses of whatever nature. They could be political, they could be gender-based violence, there could be some sensitive witness that needs really to be protected. And I know under the Witness Protection Act, and I think the office is actually based somewhere near where you people are. Yeah? Then it is easier to manage the witnesses that are key, vulnerable, prone to being killed. When I was a magistrate a long time ago in Kibera, I was hearing one case, and before I heard it, 3 witnesses had been shot within that span of time. They leave court, when they're outside, there's a shooting somewhere in Kibera. and it happens. So the witnesses actually need to be protected. And if you think you are a witness, visit the Witness Protection Authority. I'm sure they'll be able to help. Liaise with the police. That's why I talked about, again, the issue of the organizations that deal with the matters justice, CUC, the court users committees, the police, the AG, the DPP, the prisons, the whoever, the ones that really, even the gender ministry, they usually have a committee. And if this matter comes to their attention, that there is a witness who really needs to come up, but they cannot come up because they're afraid they'll be killed, then that organization needs to come up and help. There are children who are even involved with these cases, and they are staying with the perpetrators. And I remember a case I handled one time where this 13-year-old had been raped. I don't know whether to call it rape, because rape involves older women. This is a 13-year-old girl, which means it should be defilement. But because it's a relative, her own father, who had defiled her, it is now called incest. And when the matter came to court, the father was still in custody because he had been arrested. He was arrested when the mother ran to the chief to say, oh, my daughter is telling me something like this. So it was the impulse that really made her report. But by the time the police were bringing the man to court, the woman had changed her mind, saying, this is my husband, my husband is going to jail, who will take care of me. Now she didn't want to talk. And now the relatives of the man had said, you take the man to court, you don't come back here. So it was a precarious situation. But when I discovered that, the day the matter came to court, I told them to wait, the matter is proceeding in the next 30 minutes. I didn't give them a chance to go home. So that I had the child finish the case, and then the girl, the mother, she disappeared. She never gave evidence in that case. She disappeared. But this girl, after giving evidence, where was she supposed to go? The advantage here was that the man was still in custody. And I made sure that he'll stay in custody as we wait for the processing of his documents. And I will play my cards well and tell him this one is missing, bring this other document, because I wanted the case to be delayed until the girl is heard. But I called FIDA. I remember asking them if they know a place where we could take the children. I called a children's organization somewhere to see if they could come and take this child. And this now brings me to a solution concerning safe houses. How many safe houses do we have? I think the law envisages that every county must have a safe house, which is supposed to house victims of gender-based violence. And even victims like this child, who has been defiled by the father, she cannot go back home. Where do we keep them? And so I think it's a matter that we should take up as the players in the sector. Talk about safe houses. If KBL, we have already been touted to be a good organizer. You can build one around Thika Road. As an organization, you can do it and say this one will be managed by Kenya Breweries, okay? Something like that. We can join hands. The county government alone cannot manage. Even if it was to manage the finances, who will take charge? Who will be in charge of the provision of food? These children might go to school. Who is going to take charge? The logistics involved are a bit tricky, but that one is an issue. I want to finish off my questions because you'll excuse me, I need to be out and running. The issue of GBV at the university. You didn't cluster it, but it's an issue that to me is an issue that many girls have raised. They have raised such issues where they are being told, unless you toe the line, you are not going to finish this university. You never pass your exams. And the lecturers are doing that. The people who should be supporting them, protecting them, their own fathers, are the ones actually doing this. But young lady, this is my point. Please talk about it. Talk about it. You need to talk. You keep quiet, it will never be known. And I'll give you an example of what happened to one of the daughters, my daughter. Actually, look at this man trying it on my daughter. I think he was just a joke. So, so my daughter tells me, oh, this lecturer has been making suggestions, likely to suggest this is what he wants. And he has warned me that this particular paper, I'm going to fail. So she told me, and she was telling me, Mom, what do? I told her, thank God you have even mentioned it to me, because maybe you'll have felt embarrassed even to talk to your mother. So what I did, I knew yet another lecturer in that university. So I called him and I told him, hey, this is what I've been told by my daughter concerning your colleague so-and-so. I'm sending a warning. You have never seen a mad woman in this country. I'm going to the media houses. I'm going to the streets. This one must come out. I know my daughter, she's not the type who entices men the way he may want to turn the situation in future. It will not work. So tell him, if my daughter fails this paper, if my daughter fails this particular unit, I'll be with him. I'm going to pursue it. I'm going to bring out even witnesses who will be able to speak, because the other girls had gone through the same situation in the university. And of course, he laughed, the gentleman I was talking, he laughed, and then he told me, okay, I'll talk to him. And I think he must have talked to him. So after 2 days, he came back laughing. He told me, you are right. She had gotten 49%, 39%. It is usually 40% the pass mark. She had gotten 39%. She had been denied that one mark. But now, right now, she has 42%. She has passed. The issue of talking, it is just good to talk about. Don't sit there and say, I don't know, the lecturers, we are being harassed here. Have you ever talked about it? Have you visited an office that will raise an issue? Yeah? Go to some woman who will talk. Come to a mad woman like me, I'll be able to bring it. I'll raise hell about it. Yeah? I'll bring it up. I'll not sit down. I say, this is what has happened. I'll be able to reach the man and tell him this is what has been done, what is happening. You may say there is no evidence, but I can tell you if we want evidence, we'll get you. We know how to get that evidence. Don't try it again. Yeah? There are many ways of getting evidence. The police are there. We can track. The phones, we can track, the whatever, all those things. We'll use all the means available and track. But there, it starts with the talking. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Lady Justice, for staying with us up to this time, and I know you've got another commitment coming up very, very soon. There was one last question which none of the panelists are going to answer. I'm going to throw it back to the panel, to the audience. And this was a question around women as own enemies. How can women be friends to each other? Soon we are going to break for tea. Please discuss that, make friends, and really, see how you can break these boundaries and let's stop being our own enemies. Let's be friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the end of this panel discussion. Allow me once again to request you to give a big round of applause to our panelists, starting with Honorable Lady Justice Helen Wasilwa. Thank you very, very much, and I like the story that you gave us, of your own experience. That's really amazing. Let's also give another big round of applause to Miss Grace Banya, who is joining us on the line. I think she's dropped off. And then in her absentia as well, let's give a big round of applause to Miss Alberta Wambua. And the last round of applause to UN Women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've done a sterling job. And it's an honor to have Lady Justice in the house. It's not something we take for granted. Yeah, well done, well done. And if you don't know, we come from the same school. The most famous school right now, can you think about it? The first lady comes from, we went to Butere Girls, so we went to Butere Girls together. Yeah. So anyway, having bragged, just want to say that I'm thankful that you have stayed up to now. We expected that we'd be done early, but we started a little late. Thank you very much. Yeah, we started a little late, and thank you, Justice. We started a little late, and that section, the section before lunch, we actually took a whole hour asking questions. So that is what delayed us. So now we are actually done. We are just left with tea, and after tea, then we break. However, this function is primarily around business women. or women at the place of work. It's about women, economic empowerment. It's about women at the place of work, whether the place of work is business or actual offices. And so we have the honor of having a woman leader close the function for us. So let's put our hands together. I hope she's around. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Florence Sugut, President, Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She will close on behalf of all the ladies, or of all the business persons in the house. Karibu sana.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity to give the closing remarks on behalf of all the women of this nation. My name is Florence Sugut, the founding president for the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kenya chapter. I just want to say a little about the chamber, because when I say Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce, people wonder, what is India in this woman who is not an Indian and the women of Kenya? The Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is an international global network of women, which was first registered in India, brought about by women globally, who caucus together to say we need a platform that is understanding women and understanding women of all levels. The women came together through 3 major platforms: She Economy, which was a digital platform to access women to access markets globally, the Women Economic Forum, and the All Ladies League. These bodies were formed by women across the world, globally, and they came together to say, here we need a chamber that will understand the woman wholly. And so we had the birth of the chamber, which is Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. That was not enough to sit in India, because this is a global network that needed to represent the voices of women all over. So it came to Kenya as part of the Commonwealth countries, and came to Kenya in the year 2020 as a bilateral council. And when it came to Kenya, appointed as the founding president, we made it a full chapter, a chapter that is autonomous, registered in Kenya, and representing all women, and is a national chamber. The Women's Chamber of Commerce and Industry is representing all women of all levels, and it's riding on pillars to empower women in 3 major pillars. One pillar is economic, the next one is a social pillar, and we have the leadership pillar. Today's topic has been resonating well with the objective and the mission we have and we run as a chamber. I want to applaud all of you, and especially those women who have come today from the membership of chamber, and those women who have been empowered, got training, and graduated last week. Just let us know if they are present or still present in this meeting. Put up your hands if you are from the Women's Chamber of Commerce, so you can stand so that we can see you. Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone who made it. And thank you, UN Women, for giving them a chance even to display their products. These are women who represent the special groups and all other levels. Today, I am delighted to stand before you to give these closing remarks and summarize the day. I am grateful for the opportunity given. all the guests who have spoken, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. As we come to the close of this momentous event, it is my great honor and privilege to deliver the closing remarks. Today has been nothing short of inspiring, filled with rich discussions, bold ideas, and shared commitment to advancing gender equality and women's economic empowerment through gender-responsive procurement. I would like to allow me to acknowledge or begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to our gracious hosts, the UN Women, and the partners, including the United Arab Emirates and the Government of Kenya, who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. Your efforts have provided us with a platform to engage, collaborate, and envision a future where women-owned and gender-responsive businesses thrive. To our esteemed speakers, the panelists, and facilitators, thank you for your insightful contributions. You have not only deepened our understanding of the challenges and opportunities before us, but also ignited a renewed sense of purpose among us all. To everyone in attendance, whether here in person or joining virtually, your presence underscores the importance of collective action and the power of partnerships in driving meaningful change. Some of the reflections today: we have taken critical steps in addressing systemic barriers that women-owned and led businesses face in accessing affirmative markets and procurement opportunities. From unpacking the potential of programs like AGPO to exploring how public and private sectors policies can be more inclusive, the conversations have been both enlightening and actionable. The same applies to ending gender violence, which has underscored a lot of strategies to end the gender violence. The launch of the UAE SPF project is a testament to the collaborative spirit and shared vision that unites us. It represents not just a project, but a movement that we invite all of you to be part of, a commitment to unlocking the full potential of women in economic spaces, transforming markets, workplaces, and communities into more equitable and inclusive environments. Some of the actions that we are calling for in this event today. As we leave here today, I urge each one of us to carry forward the energy and resolve we have felt during this event. We have that commitment as a participant in this event today. Let us remember that empowerment is not just a goal. It is a journey that requires persistent collaboration and accountability. To our public and private sector partners, I encourage you to adopt gender-responsive practices in your procurement policies and champion women's leadership within your organizations. To our civil society partners, your advocacy and grassroots efforts are crucial in ensuring that no woman is left out, no woman is left behind in this journey of empowerment. This is including all women from grassroots, special groups, the SMEs, to the mentors and the top actors and enablers. To my fellow women entrepreneurs and business leaders, your resilience and innovation are driving forces behind economic and social transformative transformation that we seek. Continue to break the barriers and challenge norms and lead with courage. Some of the recommendations that I've received from the women that we represent for this event today, the launch of the program today. We require practical solutions on gender-responsive procurement to be provided by authorities and stakeholders. We want workshops. Let us come together to have more workshops and capacity building trainings to bring more women to participate in the procurement. More awareness and campaigns to be done to involve all stakeholders from grassroots and create a fund that will accommodate the special groups and support their economic activities. The procurement thresholds and policies to be accommodative. We track them to be able to accommodate, for example, to allow women to form consortiums to take up big ticket jobs. Women, you are challenged to go for those jobs, never be cheap, and be competitive bidders. And you can always make it. You start small and accelerate faster. The gender-responsive national budgeting to be strengthened and accommodate women of all levels, including the special groups. We are challenged as women to speak up whenever we come or across a challenge. Challenges that are GBV and other challenges in the workplace, including even in our businesses. As I close, I want to reiterate the importance of events like this in building bridges across sectors and geographies. Let us move forward with a collective determination to implement the ideas and solutions discussed here today. On behalf of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kenya chapter, I extend our unwavering support to this initiative. Together, we can create a world where women's economic empowerment is not just an inspiration, but a reality. I want to thank you all for your time, your insights, and your commitment. Let us keep this momentum alive as we work towards a future of equity, opportunity, and shared prosperity. I wish you safe travels and look forward to seeing you or seeing the transformative impact of these seeds that we have planted here today. God bless Kenya. God bless you and women. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to the President. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you very much. There's nothing else to add. She has also prayed for us so that we can travel safe. And from here, we go to drink tea. But as we go to drink tea, Kenyans are a singing nation. Twende mbele wa mama we, twende mbele. Twende mbele wa mama wetu, twende mbele, twende mbele wa mama we, twende mbele, twende mbele wa mama wetu, twende mbele, twende mbele wa mama we, twende mbele, Get up and sway kidogo for 1 minute before you go and drink your tea. Twende mbele wa mama we, twende mbele. Twende mbele wa mama wetu, twende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema twende mbele. Kwa maana tunasema twende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema twende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema twende mbele. Inakata. Nini inakata? Inakata biashara we, inakata biashara yetu, inakata. Ndio maana tunasema twende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema twende mbele. Be blessed. May the Lord take care of you. You will hear from us. Some of those practical trainings you are talking about, we shall make sure that Catherine, I think she has gone, we'll have a session with you so that she can walk you systematically through how you are able to then register within the UN system. We'll also make sure that government is able, and Emma is still here, is able to work with you to help support you in the process of registering in AGPO. We will also get a few private sector companies to sit with you and help you register into their systems. That is a promise from us for next year. God bless you all. Thank you.